Amid countless worlds that seem like pure fiction, lie battles, sacrifices, and secrets that have never been told. Every story is a war between destiny and choice. If you're ready to uncover heroes, villains, and the forgotten souls lost in between, then step into the world of Comic Recap, where every tale is a battle for survival.
In the last days of Uriel Septim VII, there was a sense of foreboding and sorrow. The aging emperor, who had ruled Tamriel for over 65 years through times of both prosperity and struggle, had become more reclusive in the months leading up to his death. Rumors in the court suggested that the 87-year-old monarch was disturbed by nightmares and visions, spending long hours consulting with his battle mages and personal seers about what he described as looming shadows of impending darkness. Those closest to him noticed a distinct shift in his behavior. The once assured ruler now moved with the hesitant steps of someone who sensed his own demise nearing. High Chancellor Akado, who served as the emperor's right hand in the Elder Council, later shared that Uriel would often pause in conversations, his gaze distant, as if hearing voices that only he could hear. The emperor had started making strange arrangements, reviewing ancient protocols, and ensuring that the dragon fires in the Temple of the One were kept burning brightly. Uriel's prophetic visions were not unprecedented. The Septim bloodline had long been associated with divine foresight, a gift tied to their pact with Akatosh. Throughout his reign, Uriel had shown glimpses of this ability, most notably when he sent an agent to handle the Numidium crisis in the Iliac Bay years earlier. But now, these visions were stronger and clearer, revealing not just possibilities but certainties. He saw the Empire without an emperor, Oblivion gates opening and Dra flooding into the mortal world. In private letters to the Blades, Uriel expressed his belief that the barriers between Oblivion and Nirn were weakening. He ordered heightened vigilance and instructed his personal guard to prepare for unprecedented threats. The Grand Master of the Blades, Joffer, stationed at Wayan Priory near Challens, sought ancient texts concerning the Daedric princes, especially Mehrunes Dagon, and the mystical properties of the Amulet of Kings. The Amulet of Kings, a large red diamond set in a gold pendant, was more than just a symbol of imperial authority. Created by Akatosh and given to Saint Alessia upon the founding of the First Empire, the amulet contained the essence of every emperor who had worn it. This ancient artifact was a physical manifestation of the covenant between the dragon fires and Akatosh, maintaining the barrier between Oblivion and the mortal realm. As long as a true Septim wore the amulet and kept the dragon fires burning in the Temple of the One, Mehrunes Dagon and the other Daedric princes could not fully enter Tamriel. The dragon fires themselves were not ordinary flames, lit in the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. These sacred fires burned perpetually when ignited by a true Septim wearing the Amulet of Kings. The lighting of the dragon fires was a ritual performed at the start of each emperor's reign since the time of Alessia. When an emperor died, the fires would go out, creating a period of vulnerability until his successor could reignite them. During these brief gaps, the barriers between worlds would weaken, though they had never completely failed until the Oblivion crisis. In the final week of his life, Uriel Septim ordered the Blades to prepare the secret escape route beneath the Imperial prison. This network of ancient passages, dating back to the Riemann dynasty, was kept in total secrecy, known only to the Emperor, the Grand Master of the Blades, and a few trusted Imperial guards. The tunnels connected the palace to the sewers and eventually led outside the city walls, offering a last escape should the Imperial Palace itself be compromised. Reports from Hirok and Hammerfell, along with others, prompted the Blades to assign agents to infiltrate suspected cult locations. Most attempts were unsuccessful, with agents either finding no useful information or disappearing. The Mythic Dawn's cell-based organization and strict security measures were highly effective against standard espionage. Only one agent, an Imperial named Raven Cameron, managed to reach the outer ranks of the cult in Cheydinhal. However, he was discovered and killed before he could send back more than confirmation that the group was preparing for a major operation. This failure marked one of the rare but serious lapses in the Blade's otherwise strong track record, later acknowledged as a major regret by leadership. Following the crisis, the Blades conducted a thorough review of their intelligence operations, particularly regarding cult infiltration. Once the conflict escalated, they quickly adjusted their approach, focusing first on understanding the extent and nature of the DRI invasion. Agents were sent across Cyrodiil to locate gates, assess enemy forces, and identify vulnerable areas. Information gathered at Cloud Ruler Temple formed the first strategic overview of the invasion, aiding the Imperial Legion in organizing defense with limited resources. The Blades also targeted the remaining Mythic Dawn infrastructure. After the discovery and raid of the cult's main shrine, agents systematically located and dismantled smaller cells, safe houses, and supply points. These operations led to the capture of mid-level cult leaders, whose interrogations revealed details of long-term plans. One of the Blade's most significant contributions during the crisis was the development of specialized tactics for fighting DRI forces and closing Oblivion gates. Using archived records of past incursions, strategists created manuals outlining DRI weaknesses and countermeasures. These guides were distributed to military forces across Cyrodiil, greatly improving effectiveness and survival in combat. Particularly innovative were the new protocols for closing Oblivion gates. After analyzing a successful gate closure, strategists established a standard method aimed at maximizing success and minimizing losses. A document titled Operative's Guide to Oblivion Incursions detailed everything from team makeup to navigation strategies within Sigil Towers. Gate closure teams generally included 5 specialists, a heavy fighter for direct engagement, a marksman to eliminate enemy spellcasters, a battle mage skilled in defensive wards, a scout knowledgeable about DRI structures, and a sigil expert trained to remove the sigil stone. Training took place at Cloud Ruler Temple, using terrain and tower replicas based on survivor reports. Combat training, already intense by Imperial standards, was further adapted to counter DRI threats. Traditional Avaray swordsmanship, known for precision and fluidity, proved effective against the rigid fighting style of Dremora. Armor was modified with fire-resistant padding and alchemical coatings to resist DRI magic. Weapons were also enhanced silver alloy. Avarai katanas were favored, along with new tools like spears to fend off clan fear and throwing knives inscribed with banishment runes to disrupt enemy forms. In addition to physical tactics, the Blades also developed magical defenses in cooperation with trusted mages from the Arcane University. The first ambush occurred in a large chamber not far from the prison cells. The group's leader, a captain, was the first to fall her skills, no match for the sudden and overwhelming assault. Her death signaled the collapse of the escape plan. With the Emperor's safety at risk, Glenroy and Boris fought with growing desperation. The remaining members of the group pushed forward through winding corridors and ancient halls. The prisoner, now wielding the captain's katana, stepped in to help protect the Emperor, an unexpected ally in a dire moment. Throughout it all, the Emperor remained calm, moving with the composed resolve of someone who had already accepted his fate. He spoke little, only occasionally making cryptic remarks about a coming darkness and the prisoner's role in it. The second ambush was even more devastating. It occurred in a chamber designed for defense, with limited entrances and clear lines of sight. The attackers returned, this time with more numbers and greater coordination. Glenroy was killed while defending a narrow passage, buying time for the Emperor, Boris, and the prisoner to escape into a side room. In that small chamber, surrounded by ancient stone and torchlight, the Emperor met his end. Aware that his time had come, he turned to the prisoner. He removed the Amulet of Kings the first time it had left his neck since his coronation, and gave it to the prisoner. The amulet's red gem glowed in the firelight, radiating a light of its own. The Emperor instructed the prisoner to deliver the amulet to someone named Geoffrey at a place called Waynon Priory. He revealed the existence of a hidden heir, his illegitimate son, Martin, unbeknownst to the assassins. This son was now the only remaining hope to uphold the covenant with Akatosh. The Emperor's final words to the prisoner spoke of destiny, celestial signs, and the path ahead. Later recorded by scholars through the champion's recollections, these words would be studied for generations for their meaning regarding fate and divine will in Tamriel. Just after the Emperor entrusted the amulet to the prisoner, a hidden door opened and more assassins emerged, having bypassed the main defenses. Boris tried to stop them, but was too late. One of the attackers fatally stabbed the Emperor. After 65 years of rule, he fell to the floor, his blood soaking into the ancient stone. With his death, the dragon fires in the Temple of the One were extinguished. For the first time since the covenant was made, no air remained to reignite them. The mystical barriers separating Oblivion from the mortal world began to collapse faster than ever. Boris, shaken by his failure to protect the Emperor, urged the prisoner to flee with the amulet. The young warrior stayed behind to confront the assassins, buying enough time for the prisoner to escape through a side passage that eventually led to the sewers beneath the Imperial City. This final act of loyalty allowed the Amulet of Kings to remain out of the Mythic Dawn's hands, at least for the moment. As word of the Emperor's death spread across the city and beyond, most people failed to grasp the true weight of the event. While the general public mourned the loss of a long-reigning ruler and speculated about who would take the throne, only a select few high-ranking blades, certain Mages Guild members, and elder counselors understood the full danger of the dragon fires going out with no heir to reignite them. When the prisoner emerged from the sewers into the daylight, they carried more than just the Amulet of Kings. They bore the responsibility of the Emperor's final mission. Their journey to Waynon Priory would begin a path that could lead to either the salvation or destruction of Tamriel. The boundaries between worlds were collapsing, and the forces of Mehrunes Dagon were already mobilizing for the coming invasion, known later as the Oblivion Crisis. The mythic Dawn did not suddenly appear from nowhere to assassinate Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Their plot had been carefully developed over many years, the result of one man's dangerous obsession with a Daedric prince. That man was Mankar Camoran, whose origins were as complicated as his ambitions were vast. Born to a Bosmer mother and an Altmer father, Camoran was a mixed-blooded outsider who later claimed to have remade himself through forbidden magic. Little is known for certain about his early life, but research from the Arcane University suggests he grew up in Valenwood and traveled widely throughout Tamriel. His mother was said to be part of the Camoran royal line, a noble bloodline dating back to the Merethic era. This heritage gave Camoran a strong sense of destiny and self-importance that later evolved into a belief in his own divine purpose. Camoran's descent into darkness began with legitimate scholarly interest. His early writings show a fascination with Daedric theology and the metaphysical limits between the mortal world and Oblivion. He briefly studied at the Mages Guild in Skingrad around 3E 405, where he gained access to restricted texts on Daedric summoning, but was later expelled for performing unauthorized rituals. This expulsion marked a turning point. Camoran vanished from public view for nearly 10 years, and when he returned, he was profoundly changed. Those who met him during this period noted eerie changes to his appearance, his facial structure subtly altered, his voice carrying an unnatural tone. Most disturbingly, it seemed he had magically altered his body to look more like a pure-blooded Altmer. These transformations led to rumors that he had used forbidden Daedric magic on himself. During this time away from the public eye, Camoran claimed to have been contacted directly by Mehrunes Dagon. In his later writings, he described being shown a revelation that would become the ideological core of the mythic Dawn, that Tamriel was not a creation of the divines, but rather a stolen fragment of Oblivion that rightfully belonged to its Daedric overlord. In this warped worldview, Mehrunes Dagon was not a destroyer, but a savior, returning to reclaim what had been wrongfully taken and free mortals from the illusion of Mundus. This belief reached its fullest form in Camoran's notorious work, the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. The Mysterium Xarxes itself was said to be a book of immense and terrible power, written by Mehrunes Dagon and gifted to Camoran as a symbol of favor. Few had ever laid eyes on the original Xarxes, but Camoran's writings were far more widely circulated. Compiled into 4 volumes, they served both as doctrinal manuals and tools for recruiting new followers into the mythic Dawn. These texts were expertly written to manipulate readers. At first glance, they seemed like the cryptic musings of a mystical scholar, full of symbolic stories and obscure allusions that intrigued curious minds. To most, they appeared no more threatening than any other strange theological writings found across Tamriel. This appearance of academic legitimacy allowed them to be sold openly in reputable places such as First Edition in the Imperial City, where they drew the interest of disillusioned thinkers and spiritual seekers. However, the writings contained deeper layers of meaning that only the most devoted readers could uncover. Hidden in the text were encoded instructions, riddles, and promises of power meant to guide potential followers toward the mythic Dawn. The 4th volume was never released publicly. It acted instead as a lure, drawing committed readers deeper into the cult's grip. To obtain it, readers had to solve a complex trail of clues, eventually leading to secret meetings with cult agents. This recruitment strategy was highly effective. It naturally filtered for those who were patient, intelligent, and already distanced from mainstream society traits ideal for indoctrination. The process also allowed the cult to carefully evaluate new recruits before disclosing sensitive details about their true goals. By the year 3E43, the Mythic Dawn had established cells throughout Cyrodiil and beyond. Their membership spanned all races and social classes, united by their loyalty to Mankar Cameron and their belief in Mehrunes Dagon's impending rule. Wealthy aristocrats, disillusioned academics, ambitious sorcerers, and desperate commoners all found appeal in Cameron's vision of a reformed world where the chosen would rule with their Daedric master. The organization was built on a strict hierarchy and operated in isolated compartments. At the lowest level were initiates who understood little about the cult's true mission. They were gradually indoctrinated through reading the commentaries and performing minor rituals. Mid-level members who had proven their commitment managed local cells and recruited new members. The inner circle, those who had met Mankar Cameron personally, were privy to the full extent of the plan to bring Mehrunes Dagon into Tamriel. This compartmentalization made the Mythic Dawn extremely hard for Imperial forces to disrupt. Each cell knew little about others, and communication relied on coded messages and magical methods that left minimal evidence. Even when members were caught, they knew too little to compromise the entire group, and often chose suicide over revealing anything. Among the cult's greatest assets were its sleeper agents, individuals who maintained normal public identities while secretly working for the Mythic Dawn. These agents infiltrated important institutions across Cyrodiil, including the Imperial Legion, the Elder Council, and even the Blades. One agent, Estov Werich, worked as a clerk in the Imperial Archives for 15 years, secretly collecting information on the Empire's defenses and passing it to his handlers. Another, Ruma Cameron, Mankar's daughter, moved freely in elite circles, spotting potential recruits and tracking political shifts. The most infamous of these was Eldamil, a respected member of the Mages Guild, known for his work in dimensional magic. His research was instrumental in helping the cult develop methods to open stable portals to Oblivion. When he finally abandoned his public life to join Mankar Cameron openly, his former peers were shocked they had never suspected his true allegiance. By early 3E433, the Mythic Dawn had finalized plans for their decisive move, the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII and all his known heirs. The operation was timed precisely. Uriel, at 87 years old, was part of a well-established succession system. The cult's goal was to eliminate not just the Emperor, but his entire bloodline in a single, coordinated attack, leaving no opportunity for any backup plans to be executed. The Emperor had 4 publicly acknowledged sons. The eldest, Prince Geldal, aged 56, was the official heir and known for his diplomatic and administrative roles, often serving as his father's key advisor. Prince Inman, 7 years younger, was recognized as a supporter of the arts and sciences and had founded several educational institutions. The youngest legitimate son, Prince Ebel, aged 43, had focused on military service and defense strategy within the Imperial Legion. There was also an illegitimate son, Martin, whose mother's identity is debated. As a baby, he was secretly placed with a family in Kvatch and raised unaware of his royal lineage. After a troubled youth that included involvement with Daedric cults, he eventually became a priest of Akatosh. Only the Emperor, Grandmaster Joffre, and a few trusted members of the Blades were aware of Martin's true heritage. The Mythic Dawn, despite their extensive intelligence network, remained unaware of Martin, a crucial mistake that would later prove fatal to their scheme. Nonetheless, their assassination plan was highly organized and precise. On the 27th of last seed, while agents within the Imperial Palace moved against the Emperor, other teams simultaneously targeted each of his known sons. Prince Galdal was attacked while inspecting the Imperial Legion barracks. 4 cultists, disguised as messengers, approached and fatally stabbed him with enchanted daggers that pierced his magical armor. Though they were killed soon after by guards, they had fulfilled their mission. Prince Inman was poisoned during a diplomatic event at the Tiber Septim Hotel. A cult agent, posing as a server, laced his wine with a rare, undetectable toxin from a fungus found deep in Blackreach. The poison mimicked sudden heart failure, creating confusion and avoiding immediate suspicion. Prince Ebel, known for his caution, was the hardest to reach. His guards were highly trained, and his quarters regularly secured. However, the cult had turned one of his guards months earlier. This infiltrator allowed assassins in through a servant's entrance during a shift change. They killed the prince in his sleep without raising an alarm, and by the time his death was discovered, the Emperor was already fleeing. With the deaths of the Emperor and his 3 recognized heirs, the Mythic Dawn believed they had successfully destroyed the Septim bloodline. The dragon fires in the Temple of the One were left unlit, gradually weakening the magical barriers separating the mortal world from Oblivion. This was the result of years of planning, part of Mankar Cormoran's larger scheme to bring Mehrunes Dagon physically into Tamriel. The cult's efforts went beyond political assassinations. Across Cyrodiil, they built secret shrines to perform rituals aimed at weakening the boundary between realms. These shrines were usually hidden in remote caves or abandoned buildings, marked with faint Daedric symbols to help members find them while remaining unnoticed by outsiders. Each shrine had an altar to Mehrunes Dagon, where blood sacrifices were made to strengthen the connection to the Deadlands, Dagon's realm in Oblivion. The most important of these shrines was in the Lake Arius caverns, northeast of Chidenhall. This large underground complex acted as the cult's main base in Cyrodiil, where Mankar Cormoran himself would sometimes appear to speak to his followers. The caverns held ritual chambers, living spaces, training grounds for assassins, and a library of forbidden books. It was here that the cult performed its most sacred rituals, including the initiation of new members into the inner circle. The initiation ceremony revealed much about the cult's ideology and practices. New initiates wore crimson robes representing the mythic dawn born from bloodshed, and took part in sacrificing a prisoner, often a traveler or vagrant unlikely to be missed. The killing was done with a ceremonial weapon called the Dagger of Mythic Dawn. This act created a magical and emotional bond that made leaving the cult nearly impossible. As the Oblivion crisis began with the Emperor's death, the cult's long preparation came into effect. Their operatives were spread throughout Cyrodiil, ready to open and defend Oblivion gates. Their undercover agents in official positions delayed and disrupted responses to the crisis. At the center of it all, Mankar Camoran communicated directly with Merunes Dagon, preparing for the Daedric Prince's arrival in the mortal world and the reshaping of Tamriel into a new Deadlands. What the cult didn't foresee was the Emperor's chance encounter with a prisoner in the Imperial City's dungeons. Nor did they know about Martin, the last of the Septim bloodline, living quietly as a priest in Kvatch. These two individuals, one carrying the Amulet of Kings, the other bearing dragon blood, would soon become their greatest threat. In the simple chapel of Akatosh in Kvatch, a solemn priest watched over his congregation, unaware of the royal blood within him. Martin Septim, though he wasn't known by that name, yet had found purpose in serving the dragon god of time after a troubled youth. His path to the priesthood had been shaped by a past filled with darkness, giving him insight into the Daedric powers he would later confront. Martin was born late in Uriel Septim's rule and was taken from the Imperial City as an infant. His mother's identity remains uncertain. Some believe she was a minor noble from Colovia. Others say she was a palace servant who caught the Emperor's attention. What is certain is that Uriel acknowledged him as his son and, worried about the political risks of an illegitimate heir, gave the child to Captain Joffre of the Blades. Joffre placed Martin with a loyal farming couple near Kvatch, who raised him as their own and kept his origins secret. They gave him a modest but loving upbringing, teaching him the values of hard work and kindness, traits that would shape his later role as a priest. As he grew older, Martin began to show the intelligence and curiosity typical of the Septim bloodline. His quick mind and natural ability to learn made him stand out in the small farming community. Local records from the Catchmags Guild show that a young man matching his description began borrowing books on magical theory around 3E45, showing a particular interest in the school of conjuration. This curiosity, combined with youthful restlessness, eventually led him to leave Kvatch. The death of his adoptive mother and a falling out with his father pushed him to look for meaning elsewhere. According to his own later account, this part of his life was marked by a growing fascination with dark magic and forbidden knowledge. He became involved with a cult devoted to Sanguine in the Gold Coast region when he was about 20 years old. The cult, which initially appeared to be just a social club, gradually drew its members into increasingly dark rituals. For him, the main attraction was not the debauchery, but the challenge of summoning and the promise of secret knowledge. His intelligence and magical talent quickly made him a valued member of the group. Within 2 years, he was leading minor rituals and studying more complex aspects of conjuration magic. A journal from this period, now held in the restricted collection of the Arcane University, reveals a young man captivated by his growing power, yet increasingly troubled by the moral implications of his actions. The turning point came during a Sanguine ritual that went terribly wrong. The exact details are unclear, as he spoke of it only reluctantly in later years. For 2 days, they endured in their stone refuge, surrounded by ruin and enemy patrols. Supplies ran low, and hope waned. Martin later described this time as a second spiritual trial, where his faith in Akatosh was tested to its core. Still, he led prayers, cared for the wounded, and held the survivors together with quiet determination. On the 3rd day after the city's fall, a lone figure arrived, a former prisoner who had become known as the hero of the city. Guided by information about Martin's location and importance, this person had entered the Oblivion Gate outside the city and managed to close it from within, a feat never seen before. This act allowed a small force of surviving guards to retake the area near the city gates. When the hero finally reached the chapel and lifted the siege, Martin was doubtful about their claims regarding his lineage. The idea that he, once a Draw worshipper turned priest, could be the illegitimate son of Emperor Uriel Septim seemed beyond belief. His reaction was cautious, shaped by both his reflective nature and his painful past experiences with deception. "I am a priest of Akatosh, not a prince," he reportedly said. The timing of this revelation amid the destruction of his home and the loss of his congregation made the experience even more disorienting. What convinced Martin to explore the claims was not pride, but a sense of duty to those who had survived. If there was any chance that he could help end the invasion by embracing his birthright, he felt it was his moral responsibility to try. This choice, putting others before himself, would define his short time as the last hope of the Empire. The journey from the ruined city to the priory where Joffre waited gave Martin time to absorb the shocking truth of his identity. Along the way, signs of the spreading crisis grew ever more evident. Do you like this personality? A leadership approach that inspired true loyalty instead of simple obedience. Since the beginning of creation, barriers have separated Mundus from the realms of Oblivion, though their true nature has often been misunderstood, even by scholars. When Akatosh granted the Amulet of Kings during the First Era, it was more than a symbol of R'lyeh, was a metaphysical pact that changed how the mortal world interacted with the realms of the Daedra. This pact, commonly and incorrectly referred to as the Elysian Covenant, was actually a complex agreement between divine forces. The amulet itself held the essence of Alessia, and, later, each rightful ruler who wore it. When an emperor from the Septim line lit the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, the act not only honored tradition, but also actively reinforced the boundaries between dimensions. Scholars at the Arcane University called this boundary the liminal barrier, a membrane that kept Mundus separate from Oblivion. Its strength naturally varied over time. As long as an emperor ruled from the ruby throne and the dragon fires burned, the barrier was almost impenetrable to large-scale Daedric incursions. Minor breaches were still possible through conjuration magic, but they were limited in scale and required great effort. When an emperor died, the barrier would weaken temporarily until the next ruler relit the fires, causing short periods of vulnerability lasting only days or weeks. What made the Oblivion crisis unique was the complete extinguishing of the dragon fires, without a successor to reignite them. As the days and weeks passed after the assassination of Uriel Septim, the barrier thinned enough for the Daedric prince Mehrunes Dagon's forces to create the first stable Oblivion gates. For 2 days, they endured in their stone refuge, surrounded by ruin and enemy patrols. Supplies ran low, and hope waned. Martin later described this time as a second spiritual trial, where his faith in Akatosh was tested to its core. Still, he led prayers, cared for the wounded, and held the survivors together with quiet determination. On the 3rd day after the city's fall, a lone figure arrived, a former prisoner, who had become known as the hero of the city. Guided by information about Martin's location and importance, this person had entered the Oblivion Gate outside the city and managed to close it from within, a feat never seen before. This act allowed a small force of surviving guards to retake the area near the city gates. When the hero finally reached the chapel and lifted the siege, Martin was doubtful about their claims regarding his lineage. The idea that he, once a Draw worshipper turned priest, could be the illegitimate son of Emperor Uriel Septim seemed beyond belief. His reaction was cautious, shaped by both his reflective nature and his painful past experiences with deception. "I am a priest of Akatosh, not a prince," he reportedly said. The timing of this revelation amid the destruction of his home and the loss of his congregation made the experience even more disorienting. What convinced Martin to explore the claims was not pride, but a sense of duty to those who had survived. If there was any chance that he could help end the invasion by embracing his birthright, he felt it was his moral responsibility to try. This choice, putting others before himself, would define his short time as the last hope of the Empire. The journey from the ruined city to the priory where Geoffrey waited gave Martin time to absorb the shocking truth of his identity. Along the way, signs of the spreading crisis grew ever more evident. Do you like this personality? A leadership approach that inspired true loyalty instead of simple obedience. Since the beginning of creation, barriers have separated Mundus from the realms of Oblivion, though their true nature has often been misunderstood, even by scholars. When Akatosh granted the Amulet of Kings during the First Era, it was more than a symbol of Rulit, was a metaphysical pact that changed how the mortal world interacted with the realms of the Daedra. This pact, commonly and incorrectly referred to as the Elysian Covenant, was actually a complex agreement between divine forces. The amulet itself held the essence of Alesia and, later, each rightful ruler who wore it. When an emperor from the Septim line lit the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, the act not only honored tradition but also actively reinforced the boundaries between dimensions. Scholars at the Arcane University called this boundary the liminal barrier, a membrane that kept Mundus separate from Oblivion. Its strength naturally varied over time. As long as an emperor ruled from the Ruby Throne and the dragon fires burned, the barrier was almost impenetrable to large-scale Daedric incursions. Minor breaches were still possible through conjuration magic, but they were limited in scale and required great effort. When an emperor died, the barrier would weaken temporarily until the next ruler relit the fires, causing short periods of vulnerability lasting only days or weeks. What made the Oblivion crisis unique was the complete extinguishing of the dragon fires without a successor to reignite them. As the days and weeks passed after the assassination of Uriel Septim, the barrier thinned enough for the Daedric Prince Mehrunes Dagon's forces to create the first stable Oblivion gates. These gates broke natural laws. Unlike ordinary conjuration portals, which were short-lived and limited, Oblivion gates created semi-permanent rifts in reality. These gates appeared as massive black stone arches veined with magma-like energy, usually standing 15 to 20 feet tall. The portals shimmered with flame and allowed Daedra to move freely between worlds. Each gate was directly linked to Mehrunes Dagon's realm, the Deadlands, in a deliberate and calculated manner. Rituals performed by the mythic Dawn cult at chosen sites initiated these rifts, after which a gate would stabilize around a central core, the Sigil Stone. Sigil stones were vital in both understanding and shutting down the gates. These spherical artifacts, about 2 feet in diameter, pulsed with raw creation energy shaped by Daedric will. Each stone functioned as both the power source and anchor for its gate, maintaining the inter-realm connection by channeling energy continuously. These stones were kept at the tops of Sigil Tower's enormous black spires rising high into the Deadlands' crimson skies. Their architecture defied logic, featuring unnatural angles and surfaces that shifted when viewed differently. Inside, the towers consisted of numerous chambers, linked by twisting passages and magma-filled pools that acted as transport routes between levels. At the very top was the Sigillum Sanguis, the heart of the tower and its most heavily guarded area, where the sigil stone floated within a column of fire, a leadership style that inspired true loyalty rather than simple obedience. The separation between Mundus and the realms of Oblivion has been in place since the beginning of time, though its nature has often been misunderstood, even by scholars. When Akatosh gave the Amulet of Kings to Centelsia in the First Era, he established more than just a symbol of rule. He created a metaphysical agreement that fundamentally changed the relationship between the mortal and divine realms. This agreement, often incorrectly referred to as the Elysian Covenant by non-experts, represented a complex metaphysical connection between divine powers. The amulet itself held the essence of Elysia, and, later, each legitimate ruler who wore it. When a Septim Emperor ignited the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, the ceremony did more than honor tradition. It actively reinforced the boundaries between dimensions, creating what scholars at the Arcane University called a liminal membrane, separating Mundus from Oblivion. The strength of this barrier fluctuated naturally over time. During periods when an emperor held the ruby throne and the dragon fires were lit, the barrier was nearly impenetrable to large-scale Oblivion manifestations. Small breaches could still happen through regular conjuration magic, but they were limited and required significant effort. After an emperor's death, the barrier would weaken until a new emperor reignited the dragon fires, leaving brief windows of vulnerability that typically lasted only days or weeks. What made the Oblivion crisis unprecedented was the complete extinguishing of the dragon fires, with no immediate heir to relight them. As the barriers weakened following Uriel Septim's assassination, the membrane between worlds became thin enough for Meridia's Daedric servants to create the first stable Oblivion gates. These gates were a direct violation of natural law. Unlike typical conjuration portals, which required constant magical upkeep and could transport only limited amounts of matter, Oblivion gates created semi-permanent rifts in reality. An Oblivion gate manifested as a large archway of black stone with magma-like veins, usually standing between 15 to 20 feet tall. The portal appeared as a shimmering curtain of flame, allowing Daedra to pass through freely. Each gate connected directly to Meridia's plane of Oblivion, the Deadlands. This connection was intentional and precise, requiring immense magical power and expertise. The Mythic Dawn cultists used special rituals at predetermined sites to form the initial link to reality, after which the gate would stabilize around a central anchor point, the Sigil Stone. Sigil stones were critical to understanding and defeating the Oblivion gates. These roughly spherical objects, about 2 feet in diameter, radiated concentrated creation energy, the raw material of Oblivion, shaped by Daedric will. Each stone served both as a power source and an anchor for its gate, maintaining the link between the realms through continuous energy flow. The stones were housed atop sigil towers, large black structures dominating the Deadlands landscape near each gate. These towers rose hundreds of feet into the crimson sky, with architecture that defied physics, featuring impossible angles and surfaces that seemed to change depending on the viewer's perspective. Inside each sigil tower were multiple chambers, connected by winding hallways and blood-red pools of magma, used as transport nodes between levels. At the top of each tower was the sigil stone, usually suspended in fire in a chamber called the Sigillum Sanguis. This chamber was both the magical heart of the tower and its most heavily guarded area. Is this conversation helpful so far? The architecture of the Deadlands emphasized intimidation and practicality over visual appeal. Most buildings were made from dark stone, similar to the gates, and were often decorated with spikes, blades, and images of suffering or destruction. Towers and fortresses were constructed at unnatural angles, with interiors designed as confusing mazes to disorient intruders. Some structures included living rich tissue, with walls that throbbed and floors that appeared to breathe in, unsettling blend of structure and living matter that highlighted the alien nature of Oblivion. The placement of Oblivion gates across Tamriel revealed a strategic plan, not a random invasion. The first major gate appeared outside a city with moderate military value, but high symbolic importance as a center for Akatosh worship. This initial strike served multiple goals, testing large-scale gate stability, spreading fear, and delivering a psychological attack against the deity believed to safeguard the world. After the fall of the city, gates began appearing more frequently across Cyrodiil, but not at random. Imperial analysts found several clear patterns. Gates often open near large towns and cities to maximize civilian casualties and disrupt governance. Others targeted essential infrastructure roads, bridges, and supply hubs to isolate regions and slow military responses. A third pattern was especially alarming. Gates frequently appeared near places of magical or historical importance, including ancient ruins, old shrines, and areas where the boundary between realms was naturally weak. This suggested that the invaders had a deep understanding of Tamriel's magical landscape and were exploiting its vulnerabilities. The number of gates grew rapidly. In the week after Emperor Uriel Septim's death, only 3 gates had appeared in Quach and 2 remote locations. By the second week, that number rose to 12. By the end of the month, over 30 active gates were reported across Cyrodiil, with some accounts indicating they were also appearing in nearby provinces. This increase showed that the barriers between worlds were weakening. Each new gate strained the boundary further, making future breaches easier. Researchers from the Mages Guild believed that if left unchecked, this process would eventually lead to total collapse of the boundary, enabling the invader to fully enter the world without the usual restrictions. Responses to the gates varied by region and resources. In areas with strong Imperial Legion forces, military zones were set up to contain the threat and keep Daedra from spreading, though closing the gates was rare. Cities increased security, and some, like Skingrad under Count Hasselder, added magical protections. Smaller villages with few defenses often had to evacuate or were destroyed. The village of Weatherlia in western Cyrodiil was completely deserted after a gate appeared nearby, with its residents fleeing to safety in Cheydin Hall. The architecture of the Deadlands emphasized intimidation and practicality over beauty. Most buildings were made from dark stone, resembling the gates, often decorated with spikes, blades, and imagery of pain or destruction. Towers and fortresses stood at unnatural angles, with interiors designed as confusing mazes to mislead invaders. Many structures fused with living Dritch tissue walls pulsing and floors appearing to breathe, creating a disturbing blend of building and living organism, highlighting the otherworldly nature of Oblivion. The placement of Oblivion gates across Tamriel revealed a deliberate and strategic invasion plan, rather than random attacks. The first major gate opened near a city of moderate strategic value, but significant symbolic importance due to its connection to Akatosh worship. This strike served multiple purposes, testing large-scale gate stability, spreading fear, and dealing a psychological blow to a divine protector of the world. After the fall of that city, gates began to appear more frequently, but their placement followed clear patterns. First, they often emerged near major cities and towns to maximize civilian casualties and disrupt governance. Second, they targeted key infrastructure like roads, bridges, and supply points, isolating regions and hindering military responses. Most alarming was the third pattern. Gates frequently opened near places of magical or historical importance, ancient ruins, old shrines, and locations where the boundary between realms was naturally weak. This indicated that the invaders had detailed knowledge of Tamriel's magical geography and exploited existing weaknesses in the fabric separating worlds. As the crisis unfolded, the number of gates increased rapidly. In the first week after the Emperor's death, only 3 gates had been confirmed. By the second week, that number rose to 12, and by the end of the month, over 30 active gates were reported, with additional unconfirmed sightings in other provinces. This increase pointed to the gradual weakening of the barriers between worlds. Each new gate further damaged the metaphysical boundary, making future breaches easier. Researchers from the Mages Guild theorized that, if left unchecked, this process would eventually cause a total collapse of the barrier, allowing the invader to enter the world physically without relying on traditional summoning methods. Responses to the gates varied depending on the region and available forces. Areas with a strong military presence set up defensive perimeters around the gates to contain the invaders, though they rarely attempted to close them. Cities boosted their guards and reinforced their defenses, with some like one under a powerful count adding magical protections. In contrast, smaller settlements without strong defenses often had to evacuate or were destroyed. One village in western Tamriel was completely deserted after a gate appeared nearby, with its residents fleeing to safer areas. The mining town of Nonwell in the Colombian Highlands suffered a devastating fate. Forces from the DRI took control before most of the population could evacuate, reducing the area to ruins and ashes. As the situation worsened, a troubling new threat emerged. Massive gates began to appear. These colossal portals, nearly 3 times larger than standard Oblivion gates, required multiple sigil stones for stability and could unleash much larger Dritch forces, including siege engines capable of destroying even the most fortified city defenses. The first of these great gates appeared near Yoni in southern Sea Road, where Dritch forces obliterated the town in under an hour. Imperial strategists soon realized that if such gates appeared near major urban centers, even the Imperial city would be indefensible. However, the same metaphysical laws that govern the gates also revealed a critical weakness. Each gate relied on a sigil stone anchored in the Deadlands. If someone were brave or reckless enough to enter the gate and retrieve the stone, the portal would collapse. This method, first discovered at Svach, gradually spread across the province, leading to the creation of specialized teams tasked with closing the gates. These teams, often made up of battle mages, legion soldiers, and seasoned local fighters, developed tactics to navigate the Deadlands and reach the sigil towers efficiently. Despite their efforts, the missions were incredibly dangerous, with about 3 out of every 4 team members never returning. Still, their work significantly slowed the DRI's progress in areas where they operated. These gates posed more than just a military danger. They threatened the very fabric of Mundus. Every gate that opened allowed Mion's Dion to extend his influence further into the mortal realm, gradually warping reality itself. In regions where gates stayed open for long periods, the environment began to change. Plants withered, water became polluted, and the sky turned red even after the gates were sealed. The land around these gates began to resemble the Deadlands. Black volcanic stone replaced soil, native plants died, and rich vegetation took root. Wildlife abandoned these areas, leaving behind expanding, eerie zones of silence. Researchers from the Mages Guild labeled this phenomenon planar bleeding and warned that, unchecked, it could make parts of Sirad permanently uninhabitable. Conventional military tactics proved ineffective, as the Dritch beings weren't truly destroyed when killed. Their essence returned to Oblivion and eventually reformed. This allowed the Dritch armies to endure losses that would decimate mortal forces, continuing to replenish their numbers. Only by shutting down the gates themselves could the reinforcements be stopped. Though DRI incursions had occurred in the past, none matched the scale of the Oblivion crisis. As the boundaries between realms weakened, Mion's Dion's forces surged through the gates in methodical waves, following a strategic doctrine honed through countless conquests across the Oblivion plains. The first creatures to emerge from most gates were the Scampsmall, goblin-like beings about 4 feet tall, with leathery reddish-brown skin and short horns on their foreheads. Despite their somewhat ridiculous appearance, with large ears and hunched backs, they were effective as front-line fighters and scouts. They could throw fire bolts, making them dangerous to unarmored civilians, and their speed and agility allowed them to quickly spread panic through towns. Though not very intelligent, Scamps often displayed clever group tactics, flanking enemies or creating distractions to help stronger allies gain the upper hand. Following the Scamps were the Clanfear, reptilian creatures that looked like bipedal dinosaurs with sharp beaks and large neck frills. They stood about 5 feet tall at the shoulder and combined speed with powerful physical attacks. Their thick, scaly hides resisted slashing weapons, and their strong legs could knock even armored soldiers off balance. The Clanfear's piercing shriek became a lasting memory for survivors of the crisis. Reports from the Imperial Legion noted that Clanfear were especially effective against mounted troops, as their presence would panic horses unfamiliar with such terrifying predators. Among the more fearsome lesser Daedra were the Daedroth's massive, crocodile-like beasts, standing 7 to 8 feet tall, with jaws powerful enough to crush plate armor. Their red and black scaled bodies held enough magical energy to unleash blasts of flame at distant enemies. The sight of these monsters had a serious psychological effect on Imperial troops, with many inexperienced soldiers fleeing at the mere sight of them. In time, Legion commanders developed specific strategies to deal with Daedroths, such as using archers to target their vulnerable eyes and throats, while heavily armored fighters distracted them head-on. Spider Daedra introduced a different kind of terror. These creatures had the upper bodies of female humanoids merged with the lower bodies of giant spiders. Highly intelligent, they used both physical attacks and venom, and could summon swarms of smaller spiderlings to overwhelm defenders by sheer numbers. They moved swiftly across all surfaces, even walls, making them especially dangerous in cities where they could strike from unexpected directions. Their eerie chittering was enough to unsettle even the most battle-hardened soldiers. Imperial battle mages eventually created frost-based spells that proved effective in slowing their movement and counteracting their venom. Among the most formidable individual enemies were the Zivalatal, blue-skinned humanoid Daedra, known for their great physical strength and skill in destructive magic. Nearly 8 feet tall with muscular bodies and curved horns, they often acted as field commanders or elite guards. Their intelligence rivaled or surpassed that of educated humans, allowing them to adjust tactics on the fly. What made them especially dangerous was their ability to summon additional Daedra in the middle of battle, reinforcing their ranks without the need for more gates. While all these creatures played significant roles in the invasion force, the true military core was the Dremora. These humanoid Daedra, with ashen skin, horned heads, and distinctive black and crimson armor, followed a strict caste system that blended military discipline with religious devotion. Their society was built on absolute loyalty and a warrior culture that valued strength, cunning, and ruthless efficiency. The Dremora hierarchy was divided into 7 ranks, each with specific roles during both peacetime and the invasion. At the base of this structure were the churls, the common soldiers, who made up the majority of their forces. They spoke in a harsh, guttural language known as DRI, which was difficult for most mortals to comprehend, yet allowed for intricate coordination during battles. Dura units upheld strict formation discipline even under heavy assault, using interlocked shield walls and synchronized magical attacks to enhance their efficiency against larger mortal forces. The invasion of Tamriel was bolstered by unique DRI siege engines unlike any previously seen on Nur. Most notable among them were the siege crawler's massive, spider-like machines nearly 30 feet tall, built from black metal laced with magma-like energy. Each crawler had 6 jointed legs capable of traversing diverse terrain, from steep mountains to debris-filled city streets. At the front of these machines were large, organic-looking spheres that unleashed powerful magical blasts, capable of demolishing stone defenses or incinerating groups of defenders. The true nature of the siege crawlers remained uncertain. Some Imperial battle mages believed they were mechanical constructs powered by bound DRI spirits, while others suspected they were a new, living species of Dra. Regardless of their origin, their effectiveness was undeniable. Even the ancient walls of Caveat, which had endured many sieges, crumbled within hours under the combined assault of just 3 crawlers. Only powerful counter-magic had any real impact on them. Traditional siege weapons barely scratched their armor. More terrifying still were the Dritch Titans that appeared through great gates during the later stages of the conflict. These enormous flying Dra resembled dragons in shape, but bore twisted, otherworldly features. They had leathery wings, armored bodies, and heads that blended dragon and insect traits. Standing as tall as 3-story buildings, these titans could carry smaller draw in specialized harnesses, deploying them behind enemy lines or atop city walls. Their roars carried destructive magic, disorienting defenders, while their claws and teeth could slice through both stone and steel. The DRI forces' technological and magical prowess extended to personal arms and armor. Weapons and armor recovered after the conflict showed a blend of advanced metalwork and forbidden enchantments. Dritch metal, made by infusing common metals with drossence, had magical qualities that made it unnaturally sharp and strong. Swords forged from this material could slice through regular steel with ease, while armor fashioned from it resisted blows that would shatter ordinary plate. Enchantments on these weapons often targeted the vulnerabilities of mortals. Many bore flames that continued to burn after a wound, or soul-trapping spells that captured the essence of the slain for further magical use. The most dreaded weapons bore unique curses, causing wounds that resisted healing or spread debilitating effects through the victim's body. Healers noted that some soldiers injured by these weapons suffered nightmares and hallucinations long after their physical wounds had closed. At the center of the invasion's magical framework were sigil stones artifacts that not only anchored the gates between realms, but powered much of the DRI war machinery and battlefield magic. These stones were essential for maintaining the portals, energizing siege engines, and sustaining the altered environments that favored DRI occupation. Some specialized types, known as transcendent sigil stones, were used to uphold the great gates, while others reinforced the magical infrastructure across the battlefield. Psychological warfare was also a deliberate component of the invasion strategy. It was recognized that fear could be as effective as any weapon. Dritch forces often tortured captured civilians within view of city walls, ensuring their screams reached the ears of the defenders, spreading dread and weakening morale. Bodies were arranged in horrific displays meant to demoralize onlookers, sometimes even reanimated through dark magic to attack their own loved ones. The appearance of Dritch forces was deliberately crafted for maximum psychological effect. Their consistent use of red and black colors linked to blood and death in most human cultures was intentional. Temporary fortresses near gate locations featured menacing designs and massive proportions, intended to instill feelings of insignificance and fear. Even the sounds associated with the Drichther roars, chittering, and harsh language were seemingly designed to provoke instinctive terror in human minds. These methods were highly effective, particularly against unarmed civilians. In regions where DRI forces gained ground, widespread panic, suicide, and even surrender were reported. Some civilians, overwhelmed by the relentless psychological strain, began worshipping Mayun's Dion in the hope of Mercia, hope that was always misplaced, as the DRI prince scorned such desperate allegiance. In response, the Imperial Legion and other defense groups devised countermeasures. Battle mages used wards to suppress the horrific sounds of Dritch torture, while clergy from various faiths performed blessings to bolster courage and mental resilience. Seasoned veterans who had faced the DRI were paired with new recruits to offer practical advice on what to expect and how to endure. These strategies helped, but could not fully mitigate the deep mental scars inflicted by extended exposure to the Dritch. The invasion followed a deliberate, systematic strategy. Initial gates would open in isolated areas, allowing DRI forces to secure a presence with little opposition. These positions then became launching points for assaults on nearby settlements. Each conquered site turned into a new base for further expansion. As the DRI gained territory, they began altering the environment itself, gradually reshaping it to resemble the lifeless deadlands. This transformation accelerated as more gates appeared in close proximity. Long before the Oblivion crisis loomed over Tamriel, the Blades served as unseen protectors of the Empire, their true role known to only a few. Officially founded during the Riemann dynasty in the First Era, their origins trace back to the Akaviri Dragon Guard, who pledged loyalty to Riemann Cyrodiil following their failed invasion of Tamriel in 1 E2703. Over centuries, the Dragon Guard evolved into the Blades as Akaviri members merged with local populations. Despite changes in structure and membership, their primary mission remained unchanged: to defend and serve the Dragonborn ruler of the Empire. This responsibility was more than a political duty, it was a sacred commitment rooted in ancient Akaviri beliefs about the divine nature of those with dragon blood. The Blades operated under a rigid hierarchy, with a Grand Master at the top. During the Oblivion crisis, this role was held by Joffre, a Breton who had served the organization for over 40 years. His rise to leadership was unusual. He had started as a monk at Waynon Priory before being recruited into the Blades due to his intelligence and trustworthiness. He rose through the ranks during a time when the Blades were shifting from their traditional role as the Emperor's ceremonial guards to becoming a covert intelligence force active across the provinces. Under Joffre's leadership, the Blades were divided into two main groups: the public-facing Imperial Guards, who wore ceremonial armor and protected the Emperor, and the much larger hidden network of spies, informants, and field agents who gathered intelligence throughout Tamriel. This dual structure allowed the Blades to serve both as a visible sign of Imperial power and as the Empire's secret surveillance arm. Cloud Ruler Temple, their mountain stronghold in Cyrodiil, reflected their Akaviri roots and strategic mindset. Built in the early Second Era in the Draw Mountains north of Bruma, the site was chosen for its tactical advantages and symbolic value. It provided a commanding view of the region and could only be reached by a single, easily defensible road. Its location at the edge of Cyrodiil, facing Akavir, symbolized the Blade's origins and constant readiness against external threats. The architecture combined practical defense features with Akaviri design elements. The fortress was surrounded by tall stone walls, enclosing a central courtyard and a grand hall, with distinct Eastern influences such as upturned eaves and intricate wooden columns. It had barracks for up to 100 Blades, though in the late Third Era, it usually housed no more than 30 at a time. Beneath the fortress were armories, storerooms stocked for extended sieges, and a library holding sensitive Imperial records. The fortress's defense systems included hidden murder holes, escape tunnels, and a complex network of fire trenches that could be ignited to block the road with flames. Its water supply came from deep wells and an advanced rainwater collection system, ensuring survival even under long sieges. The temple also safeguarded the Blade's most revered relics, ancient Akaviri katanas, legendary armor, and historical documents dating back to the Riemann dynasty. Inside the main building, the Hall of Heroes, listed every blade who had died, serving the Dragonborn Emperors, a record that grew significantly during the Oblivion crisis. Cloud Ruler Temple's strategic value became clear early in the crisis when Martin's Septim was brought there for protection. It shifted from a quiet command post to the central hub of the Empire's resistance. Its remote location, once considered a drawback, proved vital. Daedric forces had difficulty creating gates in the rugged terrain, and those that did appear could be seen from far off by watchful scouts. Joffre's leadership during this period reflected his background as both a monk and a spy master. He was calm, deliberate, and strategic, avoiding hasty decisions even in high-pressure situations. Upon learning of the Emperor's death, he quickly reactivated dormant blades across Cyrodiil, recalling agents to reinforce their numbers. He set up secure communication lines using both magic and trusted messengers, creating a resilient information network after standard Imperial channels fell apart. One of his most critical early moves was to keep Martin's identity a secret, known only to a select few. While this limited the potential for public support, it ensured the Mythic Dawn could not target Martin directly. Joffre believed secrecy offered better protection than any number of guards. The Blades had been tracking the Mythic Dawn for years, but underestimated their strength and influence. Reports from Agent Caius Cosades in Vardenfell, starting in 3E427, had already noted increased cult activity, especially among groups focused on Mehrunes Dagon. Reports gathered from Heorot and Hammerfell prompted the Blades to send agents to infiltrate suspected cult sites. Most of these missions failed, with agents either finding nothing or vanishing. The Mythic Dawn's compartmentalized structure and strict security were effective against standard intelligence efforts. Only one agent, an Imperial named Raven Cameron, managed to reach the cult's outer circle in Cheddinhal, but was killed before delivering meaningful intelligence beyond confirming the group was planning a major operation. This failure stood out as one of the few major intelligence breakdowns in the Blade's otherwise strong record, later acknowledged as a serious misstep by leadership. After the crisis began, the Blades reviewed and revised their intelligence methods, especially those concerning cult infiltration. Their initial focus was to understand the scale and pattern of the DRI invasion. Agents were sent across Cyrodiil to locate gates, assess enemy strength, and identify at-risk settlements. This data, centralized at Cloud Ruler Temple, provided the first strategic overview of the situation, proving vital for Imperial Legion commanders working with limited resources. The Blades also targeted the remaining elements of the Mythic Dawn. After the cult's main shrine was discovered and attacked, agents systematically tracked and dismantled smaller cells, safe houses, and supply routes. This effort led to the capture of several mid-level leaders whose interrogations revealed details about long-term invasion plans. A key contribution of the Blades during the crisis was the creation of specialized tactics for fighting DRI forces and closing Oblivion gates. Drawing from old records of past invasions, tacticians developed manuals detailing enemy weaknesses and counter strategies. These guides were shared with Legion and City Guard units across Cyrodiil, improving effectiveness and survival in the field. One major innovation involved protocols for closing Oblivion gates. Based on the successful actions of Cyrodiil's champion, Blade's strategists formalized a procedure outlined in the Operative's Guide to Oblivion Incursions. This document covered optimal team setups and paths through sigil towers. Gate teams typically included a heavy fighter, a marksman, a battle mage, a scout familiar with Daedric structures, and a sigil specialist trained in stone retrieval. These teams trained at Cloud Ruler Temple, using simulated Deadlands terrain and tower layouts informed by survivor accounts. Combat training among the Blades was already demanding but evolved to counter specific DRI threats. Traditional Avaray sword techniques, favoring precision and agility, proved effective against Dremora. Blade armor was modified with fire-resistant padding and alchemical coatings to resist magical attacks. Weapons were enhanced. 2 katanas were reforged with silver alloys, and new tools like spears for clan fear and throwing knives with banishment sigils were introduced. In addition to physical combat, the Blades developed magical defenses in collaboration with select mages from the Arcane University. A small group of battle mages within the Blades, led by an Altmer named Irian, developed spells designed to interfere with the magical links between Oblivion gates and their anchor points in the Deadlands. While these spells couldn't permanently close gates, they could temporarily destabilize them, blocking Daedra from crossing through for short periods and advantage that proved vital during evacuation missions. The Blades also created one of the most effective intelligence systems of the crisis, the Watchful Eye Network. This system used pairs of enchanted scrying crystal stone placed near an active gate, and the other monitored from a secure location to provide real-time updates on Daedric activity. By the middle of the crisis, over 40 of these posts had been set up, forming an early warning network that saved many lives by alerting settlements of approaching threats. Despite their efforts, the Blades faced significant obstacles. At the onset of the crisis, fewer than 400 members were active across all of Tamriel, with under 100 present in Cyrodiil. Their numbers were stretched thin as the situation worsened, with many agents dying in combat or disappearing during missions into Oblivion. By the time the final confrontation in the Imperial City took place, fewer than 50 active Blades remained in the province. Their losses began with the death of Captain Renault during Emperor Uriel's attempted escape through the Imperial prison Suersa loss that marked the beginning of a heavy toll, with nearly 2/3 of their Cyrodiilic forces lost by the end. One of the most devastating blows was the annihilation of the Bruma Cell. 8 agents killed while trying to shut down multiple gates that opened near the city at once. Even in the face of these losses, the Blades maintained their core functions through strategic resource use and accelerated training of new recruits. Joffrey approved a rare measure recruiting directly from the Imperial Legion. Soldiers who had shown exceptional bravery and skill in fighting Daedra were selected for condensed training at Cloud Ruler Temple, focusing on anti-Daedric tactics instead of the full traditional curriculum. The Blades' defining moment came during the defense of Bruma, when a massive gate threatened to unleash overwhelming Daedric forces. Working closely with the champion of Cyrodiil, Blades operatives infiltrated smaller gates nearby, gathering key intelligence on the larger structure and where it would open. This information played a pivotal role in the successful operation that saved Bruma and secured the great sigil stone needed for Martin's plan to reach Monkar Camoran's realm. Throughout the crisis, the bond between the Blades and Martin Septim deepened, evolving from simple protection to mutual respect. Many Blades, initially doubtful of the former priest's ability to take on his father's mantle, became his most loyal supporters after seeing his bravery and resolve firsthand. Martin came to rely heavily on the guidance of the Blade's leadership, especially Joffrey and Captain Stefan, whose military experience complemented Martin's scholarly insights into the Daedric threat. Among the many forbidden artifacts scattered across Oblivion, few were as feared and mysterious as the Mysterium Xarxes. Unlike most Daedric texts, typically copied by mortal followers or ambitious sorcerers, the Xarxes was said to have been written by Mehrunes Dagon himself, using ink made from mortal blood and corrupted Aedra essence. Its physical form defied typical description. The cover appeared to be made from a leathery material many believed to be flayed human skin, and the pages emitted unnatural warmth, pulsing subtly like a heartbeat. The origins of the Mysterium Xarxes date back to the early Merethic era, a time when the boundaries between Mundus and Oblivion were still forming. According to various accounts, Mehrunes Dagon created the book as both a declaration of his domain and a conduit for extending his power into the mortal world. The Xarxes contain not just information, but raw power reach symbol and marking, encoded with a fragment of Dagon's essence. The text was written in an ancient and highly complex form of DRI script, so obscure that even expert linguists could only partially interpret it without risking severe mental strain. Those who tried to read it without proper preparation often experienced extreme side effects, ranging from violent nightmares to complete psychological breakdowns. At the Arcane University, several cases were recorded where mages studying fragments of the text developed obsessive behaviors, such as self-harm and compulsive sketching of Dritch symbols. The content of the Mysterium Xarx, as far as scholars could discern, dealt with multiple areas of forbidden knowledge. The early chapters described Mayans Dion's version of creation, controversially claiming that Mundus was originally a part of Oblivion, taken by Lurin and the Aedra. This interpretation laid the ideological groundwork for Mankar Cameron's beliefs, framing the invasion not as conquest, but as a rightful reclamation. Later sections included instructions for various DRI rituals, such as opening temporary portals to the Deadlands, binding Dritch entities, and transferring power from sacrifices to the spellcaster. Most notably, the final part detailed the intricate magical process for creating a personal realm within Oblivion, a method used to establish a paradise. When the champion of Cyrodiil retrieved the Mysterium Xarx from the Mythic Dawn Shrine at Lake Eris, transporting it to Cloud Ruler Temple proved difficult. It burned through ordinary materials, interfered with magical artifacts, sometimes causing them to malfunction or explode, and triggered physical symptoms like headaches and nausea, along with disturbing auditory hallucinations in anyone lacking strong mental resilience. Eventually, it was carried in a custom-made, silver-lined container engraved with protective wards, though whispers were reportedly heard from within the box throughout the journey. Upon arrival at Cloud Ruler Temple, Martin took full responsibility for studying it. His unusual background as both a former cultist and a priest provided him with the rare combination of arcane knowledge and spiritual resilience needed to handle the text safely. He set up a protected workspace and limited his study sessions to short periods, taking breaks to meditate and reinforce his mental defenses. Nevertheless, the strain began to show. According to Blade Captain Stefan's journal, Martin initially displayed minor symptoms like irritability, poor sleep, and lapses in focus. Over time, the effects worsened. He suffered from intense nightmares, developed a nervous twitch and occasionally seemed to drift into trances, murmuring in unrecognizable languages. These episodes, referred to as absences, became more frequent and left him with no memory afterward. Despite growing concern, Martin declined to share the task or reduce his workload. Urgency drove him delays, and understanding the Zarks meant more casualties in the ongoing conflict. As a result, he pushed himself harder, working through nights and using alchemical aids to stay alert, even as the toll on his mind and body became increasingly apparent. Martin's physical transformation became apparent even to those who barely knew him. His face grew thin, with dark shadows under his eyes. He lost weight as his appetite waned, and a subtle but constant tremor developed in his hands. Most unsettling were the occasional flashes of red some reported seeing in his eyes when he discussed particular passages from the Zarks. Martin dismissed these as tricks of the light, but they alarmed those familiar with signs of Dritch possession. His research unfolded in stages. At first, he concentrated on finding safe ways to read the text without falling prey to its corrupting influence. This included creating magical filters to view the pages and developing meditation practices to preserve mental clarity. With these safeguards in place, he began translating the Dritch script into a more understandable Tamilic language. Roughly 3 weeks into his study, Martin made a significant discovery. 4 essential components were required to follow Monarch Cameron into the realm he had created. These were a great sigil stone to supply the power needed for realm creation, a Dritch artifact to anchor it, the blood of a divine to connect to Mundus, and the blood of a Draw Lord to link to Oblivion. This breakthrough laid out a challenging but clear path in the effort to reclaim the Amulet of Kings. Throughout his research, Martin kept a scholarly journal detailing both his findings and his personal encounters with the text. Preserved in the Imperial Library after the events that followed, this journal is the most comprehensive first-hand record of the Zark's effects on a mortal mind. Particularly striking are the later entries, where his previously neat handwriting became chaotic, and his clear analysis was at times replaced by random strings of Dritch symbols, which he later claimed to have no memory of writing. One entry, dated around 6 weeks into his work, reveals the depth of his internal struggle. He described how the Zarks continued to speak to him, even when closed, whispering secrets in his dreams, offering knowledge beyond human understanding at an unspecified cost. He felt it watching him, waiting for weakness. Certain passages compelled him to return to them repeatedly, despite having no clear connection to his mission. He sensed a hidden pattern that filled him with both fear and fascination. As Martin wrestled with the corrupting influence of the Zarks, Monarch Cameron remained in the realm he had crafted through its power paradise. This pocket dimension within Oblivion was one of the most disturbing and remarkable magical feats of the Third Era, shaped by Cameron's dark vision and considerable magical prowess. Outwardly, Paradise appeared as a perfect, natural world, with lush gardens, flowing streams, and ideal weather. Survivors spoke of fruit-laden trees, fields of brilliant flowers, and crystal-clear rivers winding through soft hills. The sky held a permanent golden glow, like the late afternoon sun, creating a timeless, dreamlike atmosphere. At the heart of this realm stood Karak Agalor, Cameron's Palatian elegant structure of white marble and gold, perched atop the tallest hill, visible from anywhere in Paradise. But beneath this serene beauty lay the true essence of Paradisia realm, of refined cruelty and profound contradiction. The laws of nature in paradise were dictated by the will of Mankar Camoran rather than by natural order. Most notably, death worked differently there. Camoran's followers who died would return to life elsewhere in the realm, retaining their memories but with restored bodies. This form of immortality, presented to the members of the Mythic Dawn as a reward, was in fact the core of a system built around suffering and control. Paradise was split into two major areas, the Savage Garden and Carrick Agalor. The Savage Garden made up the majority of the realm and acted both as a testing ground and a place of punishment for followers. There, cultists who had died in the mortal world fighting for Camoran's cause were hunted by beings called the Dremora, repeatedly killed and brought back to life to face continued torment. This endless cycle was framed as a purification process meant to prepare the faithful for eventual entry into Carrick Agalor, where greater rewards supposedly awaited. The Dremora in the Savage Garden were specifically assigned to this realm to act as trainers and tormentors. Unlike the invading forces in the mortal world, these Dremora had more independence and acted with greater psychological complexity. They didn't simply kill cultists, they mocked them, manipulated their fears, and in some cases pretended to offer guidance, only to lure victims into elaborate traps. Water had a unique function in Paradise's system of domination. The clear streams flowing through the realm had mind-altering effects. Those who drank from them reported increased suggestibility and emotional vulnerability, which made them more receptive to Camoran's teachings and less likely to question their environment. Some streams even caused vivid hallucinations supporting the Mythic Dawn's ideology, including visions of a triumphant Mehrunes Dagon ruling over a changed Tamriel. At Carrick Agalor, Camoran resided with his children and most trusted followers. The palace was a mix of lavish comfort and spaces devoted to Daedric worship and magical studies. In the throne room, filled with rare texts and ancient artifacts, Camoran openly wore the amulet of Kingsa, symbol of his claimed victory over the Empire and his supposed rightful rule. Paradise was filled with contradictions that exposed Camoran's true nature. He spoke of freeing people from the limitations of the mortal world, but created a realm where his followers were strictly controlled and endlessly tormented. He offered immortality as a gift, only to use it as a tool for eternal suffering. He claimed to share truth, yet the realm he built was an illusion of perfection masking relentless cruelty. The most striking contradiction was between the experiences of Camoran and his followers. While the cultists endured constant death and pain in the Savage Garden, Camoran and his inner circle lived in luxury and power at Carrick Agalor. This hypocrisy reflected the deeper falsehood at the heart of the Mythic Dawn's belief system. Camoran promised that Mehrunes Dagon would reshape Tamriel into a paradise for the faithful, but the actual paradise he created brought suffering to all except himself. The magical foundations behind the creation of paradise marked a groundbreaking advancement in conjuration magic. While typical conjuration could briefly summon Daedra to the mortal world or momentarily transport a mage to Oblivion, creating a permanent and stable pocket realm required extraordinary power and knowledge beyond what mortals could achieve. Using the Mysterium Xarxes, a realm was carved out from a Daedric prince's domain and reshaped according to a mortal's vision, with that mortal assuming the role of ruler of position usually held only by Daedric princes within their own planes. This required the prince's explicit permission and continued support, highlighting a unique bond between the prince and his mortal follower. The prince granted this individual a level of autonomy and power never before seen among mortal worshippers, raising him to a status close to that of a lesser Daedric prince. However, this power came with limitations, as Paradise still relied on the prince's realm for energy and stability. Strategically, Paradise's greatest advantage was its link to the mortal world through the Mysterium Xarxes. This connection allowed movement between realms and enabled coordination of operations without interference from Imperial forces. It also served as a secure hiding place for the Amulet of Kings, inaccessible by ordinary Mean 7 to the Empire's most skilled battle mages. A breakthrough in understanding the Mysterium Xarxes revealed the necessary items to open a portal to Paradise: a great sigil stone, a great welkin stone, and divine blood. Each item posed its own challenges, and gathering them required cooperation across a divided province, making the mission as much a diplomatic effort as a heroic one. The Great Sigil Stone was the most immediate threat. Unlike regular sigil stones used in standard Oblivion gates, Great Sigil Stones powered enormous gates, capable of unleashing devastating siege weapons. Intelligence suggested that such a gate would be open near Bruma, using its location near Cloud Ruler Temple to attack directly. This posed a major strategic threat. To retrieve the stone, it was decided not to prevent the gate from opening, but instead to allow it and defend Bruma long enough for a champion to enter and claim the stone. This strategy required reinforcements, as Bruma's guards alone weren't sufficient. The champion was sent across the province to request aid from city leaders, each dealing with their own emergencies during the growing Oblivion crisis. In Chorrol, Countess Ariana Valga had created one of the most effective defenses in the region. After her husband died, she took direct command of the county's military, organizing a warning system using scouts and signal fires. Though initially unwilling to spare troops, she agreed to send heavy infantry after the champion closed several gates threatening local trade. In Skingrad, a different situation unfolded. Count Janus Hasseldur, a secret vampire, maintained order in his city through strong magical defenses and practical leadership. His condition gave him unique insight into Daedric weaknesses that typical scholars didn't possess. Hassler had created special wards capable of temporarily severing the magical links between Oblivion gates and their anchor points, allowing enough time for his guards to evacuate endangered areas. Although he was a capable leader, his secretive nature and hesitation to meet with the hero nearly jeopardized negotiations. It was only after the hero resolved a delicate issue involving vampire hunters that the Count agreed to help not with troops, but with battle mages from his personal guard trained in anti-Daedric magic. These mages brought scrolls with Hassler's ward designs, which proved critical in defending Bruma. Anvil's approach reflected the practical mindset of its ruler, Countess Molona Umberox. The coastal city had faced fewer Oblivion gates than inland areas, but was dealing with piracy and raiders exploiting the chaos. The Countess had restructured the city guard into specialized units, with her most experienced troops forming a rapid response team that had successfully closed several gates along the Gold Coast. When the hero arrived seeking aid, a new gate had opened near the harbor's lighthouse. After helping to shut it down and secure the area, the hero earned the Countess's gratitude and the support of a group of seasoned gate closers for Bruma's defense. In contrast, the southeastern city of Leowin had suffered some of the worst damage. Surrounded by marshes where the Niben met Topal Bay, the area was ideal for multiple Oblivion gates to appear, creating overlapping zones of Daedric influence. Count Marius Caro responded with a defensive strategy, focusing on fortifying the city and enforcing strict rationing in preparation for a prolonged siege. The situation was so dire that the hero had to close 2 gates just to reach the city. Exhausted, the Count explained that he couldn't send troops to aid Bruma without abandoning nearby settlements. However, after the hero closed more gates around Leowin, the Count eventually agreed to send a small group of archer SWAT, little he could spare. Ravel, one of the least affluent cities in the region, had fallen into near chaos under the strain of Daedric attacks and growing lawlessness. Count Regulus Terentius, known for his ineffectiveness even before the crisis, had left most decisions to his guard captain, Vieira Lariza, tough imperial, who maintained order through strict discipline and practical compromises. When asked for support, Laris, not the Count, handled the negotiations. She stated plainly that Bravel's forces were overwhelmed, but proposed a deal. If the hero helped close a particularly dangerous gate on the city's main trade road, she would release a group of Legion deserters from prison to aid Bruma. These men were experienced soldiers who had left their posts not out of fear, but to protect their families and act, Laris believed, would inspire fierce loyalty in battle. Shai Dinhal's response was complicated by internal political strife. Count Andalin Daris, a Dunmer noble who had married into the local aristocracy but never gained full acceptance, faced both Daedric threats and political sabotage from his guard captain, Alric Leland. The hero arrived amid rising tensions between Leland's faction and the Count's loyalists, threatening to erupt into open conflict. By exposing Leland's corruption and backing the Count, the hero helped stabilize the city. With his authority restored, the Count committed a significant cavalry force, Shai Dinhal's military specialtito, Bruma's defense. While these military reinforcements were being secured, the search for the Great Welkin Stone led to Miskarkand, an ancient Aeliad ruin west of the Imperial City. The Aeliads, who once ruled the region before the Alessian Rebellion, had developed advanced crystal technology to harness and store magical energy. The Great Welkin Stones were the finest examples of this craft. Do you like this personality? Enormous crystals capable of storing large quantities of magicka in a stable form existed. By the time of the Oblivion crisis, most ancient Aelid ruins had already been thoroughly looted, with their artifacts scattered across museums, private collections, and magical institutions throughout Tamriel. One notable exception was Makarand. Its lower chambers remained unexplored due to intricate architectural defenses and undead guardians still patrolling its corridors. According to the Arcane University, the innermost chamber of the ruin held one of the last remaining intact Great Welkin Stones in Cyrodiil. An expedition to Makaran revealed the extent of the crisis's impact on even these ancient ruins. The upper levels were discovered to be occupied by goblins who had fled from Oblivion gates in the surrounding countryside. These tribal creatures had built defensive barriers to fend off both Daedra and human refugees, creating an additional layer of resistance before reaching the deeper threats of the ruin. Past the goblin camp lay the original defenses, magical constructs, triggered runes, and architectural traps, all designed to protect the site's treasures. The most dangerous were the spectral Guardian's undead remnants of Aelid warriors bound to the site by necromantic rituals. Unlike ordinary undead, these spirits retained their tactical intelligence and magical abilities, making them far more formidable. At the heart of Makarand, the final guardian was confronted an entity resembling a lich, described in ancient texts as the last king of Makarand. This former ruler had chosen undeath over surrender to the Alessian forces. The ensuing battle pushed the champion to their limits, as the undead king wielded potent frost magic and summoned waves of lesser undead to his side. After a grueling conflict, the champion succeeded in retrieving the great Welkin Stone, a human head-sized crystal glowing with a vivid blue-white light and radiating magicka that could be felt as well as seen. The next required item, the blood of a divine, posed a philosophical challenge rather than a physical one. Since the divines were transcendental beings, they had no physical blood that could be collected. Research suggested this requirement could be fulfilled symbolically using an artifact strongly linked to one of the 9 divines. The answer came from historical records mentioning the armor of Tiber Septim, preserved in a shrine located in Sancrator. As a mortal who had become a god Talos Tiber, Septim's blood had transformed into divine ichor. His armor, worn during his most notable victories, retained enough of this essence to meet the ritual's needs. Sancrator held significance beyond the armor. Once a sacred site dating back to the First Era, it was first associated with Alessian rule, and later became central to the cult of Tiber Septim after his ascension. Located in the mountains northwest of Scheiden Hall, the fortress had been sealed off by the Blades centuries prior due to what records vaguely described as contamination by unholy forces. A key handed down by generations of grandmasters was provided to access the site, with a warning that whatever had led to its sealing still posed a threat. This warning proved valid. Inside, the champion found the fortress infested with powerful undead, including the spectral remnants of 4 blades who had died during an earlier attempt to retrieve the armor. As the champion ventured deeper, the true source of corruption was revealed. The spirit of King Wolfarth, an ancient enemy of Tiber Septim, who had been defeated and bound by powerful magic, had extended his influence from beyond death. He had trapped the spirits of the fallen blades, blocking access to the armor. Only by freeing these spirits and securing their aid was the champion able to confront and expel Wolfarth's lingering presence. With spectral blades forming an honor guard, the champion finally arrived at the inner shrine, where the armor of Tiber Septim rested on a stone dais. Instead of retrieving the entire suit, the champion had been instructed to take only a small piece, specifically the interior padding of the breastplate, which had been in direct contact with Tiber Septim's blood during battle. Preserved by powerful enchantments in the shrine, this material contained enough divine essence for the Paradise Portal ritual. As the artifact quests continued, various guilds and factions across Cyrodiil emerged as key allies in the broader struggle against the Oblivion crisis. The Fighters Guild, initially slow to act due to leadership disputes, eventually became the backbone of civilian defense across the province. Under the leadership of Modern Orin, a veteran Dunmer who took charge after the guildmaster was injured during an early encounter with the DRI, the guild reorganized to focus solely on fighting the Dritch. The guild hall in Cheydinhall became the center of operations, hosting training sessions where experienced fighters taught specialized techniques for combating different types of draw. Guildsmiths created new modifications to weapons and armor, offering improved protection against Dritch magic and fire. Most importantly, the guild set up a network of safe houses along major roads, giving refugees and messengers secure places to rest while traveling between cities. The Mages Guild also made crucial contributions, though its efforts were initially hindered by internal politics. Archmage Traven, who had faced criticism for his cautious stance on forbidden magic, realized the urgency of the crisis and approved controlled research into summoning and banishing dry practices once restricted to elite enchanters and conjurers. This research, conducted mainly at the Arcane University in the Imperial City, produced several critical magical defenses, such as special wards that could temporarily neutralize Dritch magic. Outside the university, local guild halls adapted to meet their community's needs. In Bravo, mages developed alchemical treatments for burns and Dritch poison, freely distributing them to the city guard and civilians. The Chal Guild specialized in divination magic, using scrying to detect Oblivion gates before they fully formed and warning settlements in advance. In Skingrad, guild members worked closely with Count Hasseldor to strengthen the city's magical defenses, creating layered wards that turned it into one of the most secure locations in Cyrodiil. The Thieves Guild, though never officially acknowledged by the Empire, played an unexpected role in the crisis. Led by the elusive Grey Fox, guild members used their deep knowledge of Cyrodiil's hidden routes to establish evacuation paths that bypassed Dritch-held areas. Refugees began calling these secret paths the Shadow Roads, which saved many lives when main roads became too dangerous. Guild fences, skilled in moving goods quietly and without documentation, became key in distributing supplies to isolated communities cut off from regular trade. In several recorded instances, settlements unreachable by imperial aid woke to find food, medicine, and weapons delivered overnight silent evidence of the Grey Fox's unseen role in the province's survival. Perhaps most surprising was the involvement of the Dark Brotherhood. During the crisis, the assassin organization suspended many of its usual contracts to focus on one target, the Mythic Dawn. Recognizing that a victory by Mune's Dion would leave them with no world to operate in, they redirected their resources toward eliminating cult leaders and disrupting dry summoning rituals. Their expertise was especially effective against Mythic Dawn agents working secretly in cities, removing threats before they could sabotage defenses or open gates in urban areas. As components for the Paradise Portal were gathered and the defense of Bruma organized, Cyrodiil's political landscape began to shift in subtle but meaningful ways. What had begun as a fragmented response, with each city fending for itself, slowly transformed into a new era of cooperation. Counts and countesses who had seldom communicated began sharing information about Dritch movements and coordinating regional defenses. The united defense of Bruma became the peak of this growing alliance. Do you like this personality? The first ambush occurred in a large chamber not far from the prison cells. The group's leader, a captain, was the first to fall, unable to withstand the surprise and overwhelming numbers. Her death marked the collapse of the Emperor's escape plan. Glenroy and Boris fought with growing desperation, their mission to protect the Emperor now in jeopardy. The reduced group pressed on through winding corridors and ancient halls. The prisoner, now wielding the fallen captain's katana, unexpectedly joined in defending the Emperor during this critical moment. Throughout it all, the Emperor remained calm, moving with the quiet dignity of someone who had accepted his fate. He spoke sparingly, offering only cryptic remarks about a coming darkness and the prisoner's importance in what lay ahead. The second ambush was even more devastating. It took place in a chamber built for defense, with few entry points and clear lines of sight. Despite this, the attackers struck again, this time with greater numbers and better coordination. Glenroy was killed while holding off enemies in a narrow passage, buying the Emperor, Boris, and the prisoner a few moments to escape into a side room. In that small, torchlit chamber with ancient stone walls, the Emperor met his end. Realizing his time had come, he removed a sacred amulet from his neck, something he had not done since his coronation. The gemstone at its center glowed with a light that seemed to come from within. He gave the amulet to the prisoner, instructing them to find someone named Joffre at a priory and deliver it. He revealed the existence of another heir, a son born in secret and hidden for his safety. This son, Martin, was now the last of his line and the only hope for preserving the Empire's divine covenant. The Emperor's final words to the prisoner were prophetic, speaking of destiny, celestial signs, and the path ahead. These statements would later be studied for generations, seen as key to understanding fate and divine will in the land. Moments after the amulet was passed on, a hidden door opened, revealing more assassins who had bypassed the main defenses. Boris tried to stop them, but he was too late. One of the attackers fatally struck the Emperor. The ruler, who had led the Empire for 65 years, collapsed to the ground, his blood soaking into the ancient stones. With his death, the sacred fires in the temple were extinguished. For the first time since the Covenant's founding, no heir wore the amulet to rekindle them. The magical barrier separating the mortal world from Oblivion began to weaken rapidly. Struggling with the weight of his failure, Boris urged the prisoner to flee with the amulet. The area just outside the city walls was cleared of buildings and vegetation to create an open killing zone, leaving no cover for the approaching draw. Wooden platforms were added inside the walls to give archers better vantage points, and sharpened stake barricades were set up at intervals to funnel attackers into zones where defenders could focus their strength. Inside the city, the large chapel of Talos was repurposed into a combined field hospital and last stronghold. Though the priests initially objected to turning their sacred space into a military site, they agreed after their leader emphasized the need to protect the faithful from corruption. The chapel's thick walls and secure entrance made it ideal for fallback defense, and its central location allowed the wounded to be quickly brought in from the front. The arrival of reinforcements from other cities marked a turning point in Bruma's defenses. The first to arrive were troops from Chal, led by Captain Laith Waverick, who brought 50 experienced soldiers and detailed terrain maps, showing defensible areas and potential ambush spots from his past service in the region. Integrating the various forces brought both benefits and complications. Each group had distinct strengths suited to their regional fighting methods. Battle mages from Skingrad brought ward scrolls that could temporarily counter draw magic. Cavalry from Cheydinhal added mobility to the defense, useful for flanking or quick reinforcement. Veterans from Anvil contributed expertise in closing enemy gates, using tactics proven in defending the Gold Coast. However, Coordination was challenging. The groups had different command systems and sometimes spoke different dialects. To address this, Captain Bird implemented a unified command structure using colored banners and horn signals that transcended language. Daily training drills focused on teamwork and coordination rather than individual combat. As the final units arrived in Bruma with the champion of Zero, enemy probing attacks became more frequent. Small draw units would emerge from temporary gates, test defenses, and retreat before defenders could fully engage. These attacks caused minimal damage but helped identify weaknesses and refine response strategies. A major turning point came when Martin Septim left the safety of Cloud Ruler Temple to join Bruma's defense in person. Despite strong objections, he insisted on standing with the soldiers tasked with securing the Great Sigil Stone. His arrival with a guard of blades turned the campaign into a symbolic stand against Mioun's forces. With the rightful heir at the center, morale surged. Soldiers became fiercely determined. Martin spoke directly to both officers and common troops, earning deep loyalty through his calm presence and sincere concern. Veterans who had served under Uriel Septim saw in him the same natural authority as his father. The final strategy was formed during a war council at Countess Carvane's castle, 3 days before the expected appearance of the Great Gate. The plan aimed to protect the city while also creating an opening for a small team led by the champion to enter the gate and retrieve the sigil stone before siege engines could be used against the city. Scouts reported that the gate would likely open in a natural depression about half a mile northeast of Bruma, a spot where smaller gates had already briefly appeared. As the mythic dawn tested the ritual setup, prior knowledge allowed the defenders to establish a forward line of earthworks and barricades in a rough semicircle, facing where the gate was expected to appear. The defense was divided into 3 main groups. The front line, made up mostly of heavy infantry from Chal and Scrad, was positioned to engage the first wave of draw emerging from the gate, preventing them from securing a position in Mundus. Behind them, archers from Anvil and Leowen provided range support, targeting Dritch spellcasters and larger threats. The third group, Chedenho's cavalry, supported by Bravel's irregulars, was held in reserve to reinforce weak points or exploit openings in the enemy's advance. A special strike team was assembled around the champion of Cyril, who had prior experience closing Oblivion gates and was chosen to lead the mission. The team included 3 veteran gate closers from Anvil, 2 battle mages from Skingrad to counter enemy magic, and a scout familiar with the layout of sigil towers. Their goal was clear, but extremely dangerous. Enter the Great Gate once it's stabilized. Break through enemy defenses, reach the sigil tower, and retrieve the Great Sigil Stone before siege engines could be deployed. The wait for the attack was nearly as difficult as the battle itself. For 2 days, the combined forces held their positions, watching the skies for signs of enemy movement while enduring worsening weather. Snow flurries reduced visibility, and freezing temperatures tested even the hardiest troops. Rotation schedules were implemented so soldiers could periodically warm themselves at fires in sheltered spots, but morale suffered under the constant stress and discomfort. The attack began not with the Great Gate, but with multiple smaller gates opening in a circle around the defenders. From each portal came various Draklanfir, and Detroth rushed the front lines, while Dura archers and mages provided cover from behind. This initial assault was clearly intended to exhaust and distract the defenders, forcing them to use up resources before the main offensive. Captain Bird responded with care, rotating reserve units to hotspots while keeping the primary defensive line intact. Skingrad's battle mages played a crucial role, using ward spells to shield against enemy ranged attacks and allowing Bruma's archers to target enemy spellcasters with minimal risk. The first hour of battle became a cycle of attacks and counterattacks. The enemy would test a section of the defense, then retreat under pressure. These probing strikes grew in intensity, slowly wearing down the defenders and searching for weak points. Casualties increased on both sides. Wounded soldiers were taken to the Chapel of Talos, where priests and alchemists treated burns, wounds, and injuries caused by enemy magic. Martin Septim stayed near the front lines, refusing safer positions despite repeated warnings. His presence had both practical and symbolic value. His magical knowledge helped counter dangerous spells, and his willingness to face the same dangers as ordinary soldiers earned their loyalty in a way no command could. The formation of the Great Gate was marked by a deafening thunderclap that echoed through the mountain valleys around Bruma. The air above the expected site shimmered and distorted, colors shifting through unnatural patterns as reality itself began to tear open. Unlike the smaller Oblivion gates that appeared almost instantly, the Great Gate emerged in several distinct stages. First came a shimmering distortion in the air, followed by the gradual formation of an eerie, otherworldly structure. Finally, the fiery portal stabilized within a massive stone arch. This completed gate was enormous, nearly 60 feet tall and 40 feet wide, radiating a sinister red glow that made the snow-covered landscape appear alien and threatening. Heat surged from the gate, melting snow and turning the ground into steaming mud, making movement more difficult for defenders. The first things to come through weren't creatures, but giant chains, each link as large as a man. They anchored themselves on either side of the portal and grew taut, clearly pulling something immense through. Veterans of a past battle recognized the Since a Siege engine was coming. At the right moment, a strike team led by the champion moved in, fighting through scattered enemy forces to reach the portal. Timing was crucial. They had to enter once the gate stabilized, but before the siege engine completed its arrival. The champion carved a path through lesser enemies with expert precision, while battle mages provided cover, their frost spells especially effective against the fire Atronax guarding the gate. As the strike team entered the portal, the main enemy assault began. Smaller gates around the battlefield released organized units of enemies that advanced with military discipline. These troops formed shield walls and moved methodically, while mages behind them hurled destructive spells at the defending forces. The battle intensified as elite enemies joined the frail, blue-skinned warriors wielding massive weapons targeted key defenders, their resistance to magic making them deadly opponents. Spider-like enemies scurried past front lines to attack vulnerable support units. The defending formation began to break apart under pressure, allowing the enemy to exploit the gaps. Recognizing the collapse, a captain ordered a contingency plan. Cavalry reserves launched a flank attack, disrupting the enemy's advance and giving the defense time to regroup. At the same time, irregular fighters skilled in stealth targeted enemy leaders with poisoned arrows, creating confusion in the ranks. Inside the Great Gate, the Champions team faced a far more hostile environment than seen in previous incursions. This region of the Deadlands was designed to trap intruders, channeling them toward fortified positions. A massive tower loomed in the distance, much larger than any encountered before, its upper levels obscured by a red haze that passed for sky. Between the entry point and the tower lay a deadly path, enemy outposts, whipping roots that lashed at anything nearby, and lava pits that could only be crossed on narrow stone bridges. Most concerning was the siege engine itself, a monstrous machine already halfway through its transition into the physical world. The champion surged forward and seized the enormous stone, far larger than those found in smaller gates, and radiating an energy so intense it burned through even the thickest gloves. As soon as the stone was removed from its socket, the reaction began. The tower trembled, followed by a chain of explosions as the contained magical forces erupted uncontrollably. The tower's destruction accelerated, with floors collapsing and supports disintegrating as the magical backlash intensified. The champion and a surviving companion were hurled back to the mortal world by the same magical law that governed the closing of all gates, arriving in a fiery explosion as the massive gate behind them collapsed. A siege engine caught between worlds was torn apart by clashing dimensional forces, scattering debris and dissolving magic across the battlefield. Still gripping the pulsing sigil stone, the champion stood amid the ruins of the gate it once powered. This artifact, central to the mission and essential to a larger plan, had been secured at a devastating cost. Nearly a third of the defending forces were either killed or gravely wounded, with many injuries ending soldiers' fighting days for good. Despite the heavy toll, there was a shared sense of achievement among the survivors. The city remained unharmed, its defenses held, and its people safe. Most importantly, the successful recovery of the Great Sigil Stone meant that all components needed to open a path to paradise were now in hand, allowing the pursuit of the Amulet of Kings to continue. What began as a desperate stand had become a decisive, strategic victory, perhaps the first major turning point in the crisis. As snow fell gently over the charred and bloodied battlefield, a blanket of white softened the scars of war. Amidst the defenders, Martin walked, offering personal thanks. No longer a reluctant heir, he now carried the calm confidence of a man who had embraced his destiny. The battle had not only secured a vital object, but had reshaped Martin from a future ruler into a true leader respected not just for his birthright, but for standing with his people in their most desperate moment. At the Cloud Ruler Temple, the portal to paradise opened in the Great Hall with a sound like distant thunder. Unlike the violent, fiery gates of Oblivion, this one shimmered like a vertical pool of golden light, its surface gently rippling as if stirred by wind. The necessary items, the sigil stone from Bruma, the Welkind stone from Miskarkand, and a blood-stained piece of ancient armor had been consumed in the ritual, their substance transformed into raw, magical energy sustaining the portal. Martin stood before the glowing doorway, exhaustion etched into his face and trembling in his limbs. The ritual had taken more than skill. It had drained him to his core. Still, his eyes were steady as he turned to the champion. "The portal is stable, but I don't know for how long," he said, voice rough from prolonged incantations. He explained that paradise exists in a state of flux, bound to the mortal world, not by any lasting connection, but by the will of its creator. Once the Amulet of Kings is taken, that bond would likely break. The hall had been cleared of all but the most trusted allies. The risks of entering paradise were too great to allow for more than a lone champion to step through. The champion surged forward and seized the massive stone, which was nearly 3 times larger than those used in lesser gates, and radiated intense energy that burned even through protective gloves. As soon as the stone was removed from its housing, the reaction began. The tower first trembled, then exploded in a chain reaction as its magical energy was violently unleashed. The collapse of the tower quickly accelerated, floors crumbling and support beams disintegrating under the force of the magical backlash. The champion and the remaining ally were hurled back to Mundus by the same metaphysical force that governed all gate closures, arriving amid a massive explosion as the great gate crumbled behind them. A siege engine caught between dimensions was ripped apart by opposing forces, its fragments scattering across the battlefield in a storm of twisted metal and fading magic. Despite the destruction, the great sigil stone remained in the champion's grip, still pulsing with energy, even though the gate it had once stabilized was gone. This powerful artifact, the goal of the entire mission, and a vital part of the plan to enter paradise, had been secured at a tremendous cost. Nearly a third of the defending forces were dead or gravely wounded, many never to fight again. Still, as the survivors regrouped and cared for the injured, their sorrow was tempered by a sense of achievement. Bruma stood unharmed, its walls unbreached, and its people safe. Most importantly, the retrieval of the great sigil stone meant that all elements needed to open a path to paradise and confront the enemy were now in hand. What began as a desperate defense had become a turning point in the crisis. As snow gently blanketed the scorched battlefield, a symbol of renewal, Martin moved among the defenders, offering personal thanks to as many as he could. No longer uncertain or hesitant, he now bore the presence of a leader who had found his calling. The battle had not only secured a crucial relic, but also revealed Martin as a true leader, not just by lineage, but through action. In the great hall of Cloud Ruler Temple, the portal to paradise formed with a sound like distant thunder. Unlike the wild, fiery Oblivion gates, this one appeared as a calm, shimmering pool of golden light, its surface gently rippling like disturbed water. The ritual components, the sigil stone from Bruma, the Welkin stone from Miskarkand, and the bloodied cloth from Tiber Septim's armor had been consumed, converted into magical energy sustaining the portal. Martin stood before his creation, weariness clear in his appearance and trembling hands. The ritual had demanded more than precise execution. It had pushed him to channel immense magical forces. Despite his exhaustion, his gaze was steady as he addressed the champion. The portal was stable, he explained, but would not remain so indefinitely. The Mysterium Xarxes indicated that paradise existed in a shifting state, connected to Mundus only by the will of its master. Removing the Amulet of Kings would likely sever that link. The hall had been emptied of unnecessary personnel. Only Joffre and Captain Stefan remained to witness the champion's departure. The dangers ahead were too great to risk a larger group. The realm had been shaped entirely to suit Mankar Camoran's will, with every element designed to serve his agenda rather than adhere to the natural order. The lone champion entered, equipped only with necessary gear and the hard-earned knowledge obtained from Martin's painful research into the Xarxes. As the champion approached the portal, its warmth touched their fascinat, the searing heat of an Oblivion gate, but a gentler, almost welcoming glow. This was the heart of Calmeron's illusion, a paradise that appeared inviting while hiding its true horrors beneath a beautiful surface. Crossing the threshold didn't feel like walking through fire, but more like stepping into a warm summer shower. Brief resistance, followed by a sensation of reality shifting. The first sight of paradise was stunning and disorienting. The champion stood on a grassy hill, overlooking a scene that looked like it had been taken from an artist's dream of Cyrodiil. Vast meadows scattered with wildflowers stretched toward distant snow-capped mountains, untouched and pristine. The sky was locked in a golden afternoon glow. The sun forever paused in that perfect moment before sunset, bathing everything in amber light. Clear streams wound through the valleys, sparkling with a beauty that seemed almost intentionally crafted. Yet something was subtly off. The flowers all faced the same direction, regardless of the sun's position, as if turned toward an invisible presence. The breeze, though gentle and pleasant, carried no scent of nature. Most unsettling was the silence. No birds sang, no insects stirred, and the streams flowed without a sound, emphasizing the unnatural quality of the place. A clean path led from the hilltop down to what appeared to be a carefully maintained garden. As the champion descended, the first inhabitants of this realm came into view, robed figures tending to the plants with slow, mechanical motions. They were Mythic Dawn cultists, their human forms altered by Cameron's magic into something no longer fully human or Daedric. Their faces showed calm contentment that never quite reached their eyes, which remained wary and shadowed by unease. The champion approached Anie, a Redguard woman in a robe marked with the Mythic Dawn's sunrise emblem. She initially kept working, seemingly unaware of the newcomer, but when spoken to, she turned with a rehearsed smile that faltered as she realized this was no fellow cultist, but an armed outsider. Recognition flickered in her expression. She knew the champion from the stories that had spread throughout paradise. Her response was not fear, but a mixture of hope and resignation. In quiet words, she revealed that paradise was not the promised reward, but a cleverly disguised prison. Death here offered no escape, only rebirth into further suffering. The garden they cared for was merely the outermost part of Paradisia, carefully kept display for new arrivals and for Cameron's own satisfaction. Beyond the carefully maintained exterior lay the savage garden, the true essence of this so-called paradise. Here, members of the Mythic Dawn, who had perished in the mortal world, were reborn, only to endure endless cycles of pain and death at the hands of the Dremora. According to a woman there, this was Mankar Cameron's method of testing and purifying his followers through suffering, to determine who was worthy of joining his inner circle at Karak Agalor, the palace visible atop a distant hill. The woman introduced herself as Romina, a former merchant from Skinrad who had turned to the Mythic Dawn after losing her family to illness. She had died during an imperial raid, expecting to awaken in the paradise described in Cameron's sermons. Instead, she found herself in a place where immortality meant unending torment. Before she could reveal more, a Dremora patrol approached. Romina quickly resumed her gardening, her brief moment of resistance vanishing behind the same blank stare worn by the others. The champion, watching from hiding, saw the Dremora inspect each worker with ruthless precision, striking those they deemed inadequate. These Dremora differed from those seen in typical Oblivion gates. Though their armor still featured black and red, it was accented with gold and bore insignias that marked them as personal servants of Mankar Cameron, not mere minions of Mehrunes Dagon. They operated with military discipline, but also exhibited independent behavior, conversing among themselves and making decisions without orders. Progressing deeper into paradise meant evading patrols and slipping through guarded checkpoints. The landscape began to shift. Manicured gardens gave way to wilder, more dangerous terrain, where the illusion of kindness began to crumble. Streams sometimes flowed with blood, and some plants moved aggressively when approached. In this transitional area, the champion encountered Eldermill, a name familiar from intelligence reports, as one of Cameron's earliest and most loyal followers. Unlike the other cultists, Eldermill wore armor similar to the Dremora, but carried himself like a defeated man. Speaking cautiously, he revealed his past as a gifted mage whose research into dimensional magic had helped open the first Oblivion gates. For this, he had been honored with a place in paradise. But as time passed, and he witnessed the true nature of the realm, the agony endured by those who had died believing in Cameron's promises, his faith crumbled. A confrontation with Cameron led not to execution, but to a more cruel fate, demotion to the role of tormentor. He now oversaw a testing ground where newcomers experienced their first deaths, forced to inflict suffering on others, deepening his own misery and guilt. In the champion, Eldermill saw hope, a path to redemption. He offered detailed knowledge of Paradise's layout and defenses, asking for nothing in return but a chance to help destroy what he had once helped build. His insight into Cameron's magic and security systems made him a vital ally, despite the possibility it could be a trap. Trusting him proved wise. Eldermill guided the champion through the savage garden, using his authority to bypass checkpoints and avoid the densest patrols. As they journeyed, the truth behind the paradise became clearer. The breathtaking scenery only masked a gruesome reality, where suffering was orchestrated with precision, meant to crush the soul as much as the body. In one area, cult members were repeatedly drowned in a pool of blood-colored liquid. Their immortality meant they fully experienced the terror of suffocation before being revived. In another area, they were hunted through a forest by packs of creatures called Clan Fear, with the forest itself aiding the hunt as the trees occasionally trapped victims for the predators. Each trial was monitored by Dremora, who recorded the victims' reactions, apparently judging their suitability for advancement according to criteria known only to their leader. It was explained that the water sources throughout this place contained alchemical substances that increased susceptibility and weakened resistance to the leader's teachings. Those who drank from certain pools experienced visions designed to align with the group's ideology, presenting their leader as a liberator and the mortal world as a prison. This chemical influence, combined with the psychological strain of constant death and resurrection, gradually converted even the most skeptical into loyal followers or left them broken. As they neared Karak Agalor, the environment changed again. The palace sat atop the tallest hill, built from white marble and gold, glowing as if lit from within. Unlike the wild design of the gardens below, the palace and its surroundings followed strict geometric patterns, straight paths, identical trees, and symmetrical layouts that reflected Dritch symbols when viewed from above. This stark contrast between the serene palace and the suffering below reflected the leader's ideology. He observed the transformation of his followers from a detached, untouchable position. Even the palace guards were not Dremora, but chosen cultists who had survived the trials and earned a place in the inner circle. A knowledgeable ally played a crucial role in bypassing the outer defenses. He pointed out blind spots in patrols and explained the function of magical wards that could trigger alarms. Most importantly, he knew the internal structure of the palace and the likely location of the Ladera Central Chamber, where he reviewed reports, conducted ascensions, and chose new members of his court. To reach the palace, they had to pass through a grotto where a golden, liquefied creation, shaped by the leader's will, poured into a pool guarded by powerful Dremora, known as Marinaz or Grand Dukes. These beings wore ornate armor and wielded far greater magic than any encountered before. Fighting them would have been suicide, but the ally knew of a hidden service entrance used to bring in supplies. Concealed behind decorative boulders, it allowed them to enter unnoticed. Inside, the contrast continued. While the exterior exuded divine beauty, the inner corridors were plain and functional, with bare stone walls and minimal decoration. These service areas were never seen by honored guests and were therefore ignored in the design. As they moved deeper, the surroundings became increasingly luxurious plain. Stone gave way to polished marble, gold inlays, and Dritch script. Tapestries illustrating the leader's version of creation myths hung between columns made of extraordinary materials, metals that moved like liquid, crystals that absorbed light, and elements that partially existed in other dimensions. Voices led them to the central audience chamber, a grand circular space with a raised platform holding 3 thrones. The central, largest throne, belonging to the leader, appeared to be made of solidified fire, flickering constantly without heat. Flanking it were 2 smaller thrones for his children, one of dark stone that swallowed light, the other of luminous white crystal. The leader stood before them, addressing a group of newly elevated cult members. He had a striking appearance, tall and noble-looking, with features that blended Altmer and Bosmer traits into something unique and hard to classify. He wore deep crimson robes embroidered with golden sigils, and around his neck hung the Amulet of Kings, its red diamond catching the light in a way that made it appear to burn with inner fire. At his side stood his children and lieutenants, a daughter and a son. The daughter radiated cold precision, her posture flawless, and her expression reserved as she regarded the newcomers with clear suspicion. The son showed more overt ambition, studying his father intently, as though learning tactics he planned to use himself. Both wore robes similar to their father's, though less ornate, marking them as important yet subordinate. A hidden observer watched this scene from behind a decorative screen, close enough to hear the man's speech to his followers. His voice was polished and rhythmic, the product of a lifetime spent in public speaking, rising and falling hypnotically as he described his vision of a new world to be forged from the ruins of the current one. His words revealed deep theological misconceptions and a powerful self-delusion. He portrayed the world not as a creation of the gods, but as a realm of oblivion unjustly taken by divine impostors. In his view, the Daedric Prince was not an intruder, but a rightful liberator. Mortals were not native beings, but captives, with mortality itself being a prison imposed by false gods to keep them from discovering their true potential as Daedra. Most revealing was his interpretation of the Amulet of Kings. He claimed it was not a sacred symbol of a divine covenant, but a tool of control, a device chaining the world to artificial laws that barred its return to the natural chaos of Oblivion. By wearing it, he said he was repurposing its power not to maintain barriers between worlds, but to break them down. The flaws in this ideology were obvious to anyone familiar with the creation myths of the world. Yet, he spoke with unwavering certainty. Whether he truly believed these ideas or had fabricated them to rationalize his allegiance to the Daedric prince was unclear, but the impact on his followers was unmistakable. The newly converted cultists listened in rapture, their past suffering having primed them to accept any belief that gave meaning to their pain. As the speech ended, the observer prepared to intervene, but was advised to wait. The room was too heavily guarded for a direct assault, with sentries at every entrance and powerful magic users among those present. A better chance would come after the ceremony, when the family would retire for a private celebration. That moment arrived soon after. The man instructed his children to lead the new initiates to the feast hall, while he returned to his study to fetch some texts he wished to share. This brief isolation provided the perfect opportunity to confront him alone, away from both his guards and his children. The study, accessed through a small door behind the central throne, reflected his academic roots more than his current godlike ambitions. Shelves of books both accepted and forbidden lined the walls. A large desk stood in the center, covered with maps of the continent, marked with locations of active Oblivion gates and hidden cells. Most notably, a pedestal by the window held a replica of a powerful Tomanot, the original, which had been taken by another, but a duplicate created from memory, radiating the same dark energy. Do you like this personality? The confrontation, when it finally happened, began as an exchange of ideas rather than physical blows. Cameron seemed unsurprised by the champion's arrival, as though he had been expecting it. His greeting was laced with the confidence of someone convinced of his inevitable victory, treating the interruption as insignificant. The Amulet of Kings at his neck shone more brightly in the presence of someone tied to the true royal bloodline, as if acknowledging a possible rightful heir. Cameron spoke at length, revealing the core of his twisted ideology. He viewed chaos not just as an ally, but as a vital force for dismantling the fabricated order of the world, making way for something new and supposedly better. He didn't see himself as serving a greater power, but as a co-ruler with the Prince of Destruction in the world to come. His words about Martin's septum were a mix of contempt and reluctant respect. He recognized the imperial bloodline, but denied the legitimacy of the covenant it upheld. This philosophical exchange was only a prelude to the inevitable clash. When persuasion failed, Cameron attacked first with a powerful spell, not simple, destructive magic, but something more profound, warping the very nature of their surroundings. The dimensions of the room twisted unnaturally as Cameron manipulated the realm to confuse his opponent. What he didn't expect was Elder's intervention. Once a loyal follower, Elder had a deep understanding of the realm's magic and countered the distortion with carefully controlled spells, temporarily stabilizing the environment to give the champion an opening. This betrayal shook Cameron deeply. His face betrayed a shift from self-assurance to rage as he realized one of his original followers had turned against him. The battle that followed pushed the champion to the edge. Cameron fought with the desperation of someone watching his vision unravel, channeling raw energy from the realm itself into increasingly destructive magic. Fire chased the champion across the room. Magical symbols exploded in midair, and even the furniture turned into weapons under Cameron's command. Elder concentrated on disrupting Cameron's environmental control, keeping reality from breaking apart while the champion focused on the fight. The two-pronged strategy worked. Despite his immense magical strength, Cameron had spent his years as a scholar and leader, not a fighter. He lacked the instincts and combat experience the champion had gained from facing enemy forces over time. As the battle wore on, Cameron became more frantic, relying on brute force over strategy. He surrounded himself with flames and began drawing power directly from the Amulet of Kingson, act of reckless misuse. The gem flared with overwhelming brightness. That red diamond, which held the collective essence of every emperor since Alesia, was never intended as a simple source of power. Cameron's attempt to tap into it triggered unpredictable consequences, and the realm itself began to react violently to this violation. Tremors shook the palace, toppling books from shelves as the light of the eternal afternoon sun outside flickered like a dying flame. The disturbance spread from the study, alerting others nearby to the unfolding conflict. Their swift return only heightened the urgency of an already dire situation. If the children joined the fight, the champion and Eld would be quickly outmatched. The turning point came when the sorcerer, desperate to end the battle before his children arrived, attempted his most powerful spell yet. He sought to transform the study into a lethal trap, dissolving the floor into lava while the ceiling began to collapse. This tremendous release of energy demanded his full focus, leaving him momentarily exposed. The champion seized the opportunity, delivering a precisely aimed strike that pierced his weakened magical defenses and struck with fatal precision. His death unleashed a devastating reaction across the entire realm. As his blood spread across the intricate floor, the Amulet of Kings fell from his neck, its ruby glowing even brighter now freed from his corrupt hold. The realm quaked, violently walls fractured, floors buckled, and the golden sky outside darkened to blood red. The realm had been held together by his will and stolen power. With his death, the dimension began to collapse in on itself. The champion took the amulet, surprised by its heft. It radiated a living warmth, as if aware it was near one loyal to its true heir. But there was no time to celebrate. As the realm unraveled, the children burst into the study, their fury and shock evident at the sight of their father's body. Their combined magical attack could have overwhelmed the champion had the floor, not split beneath them, plunging them into the chaos below. Eld, a mix of relief and sorrow on his face, pointed to the window where the sky had become a churning vortex. The realm was collapsing into nothingness, he explained, his voice barely audible over the destruction. When it vanished completely, everything within would be pulled into the Deadlands. He admitted he had served too long to earn escape, but urged the champion to return the amulet to its rightful heir. The portal still existed, but not for much longer. The escape was a frantic rush through a dying world. The once beautiful gardens had become twisted landscapes where the ground flowed like liquid and the air grew thin. Former cultists fled in terror as the magic sustaining their immortality failed some aged rapidly. Others dissolved into the raw elements from which they had been remade. Is this conversation helpful so far? The Drumora, no longer under Cameron's control, descended into chaos. Some turned on each other, fighting for power, while others tried to open smaller portals back to the Deadlands. A few, recognizing the champion as Cameron's killer, launched reckless and furious attacks. These disorganized assaults were easier to dodge than confront, and the collapsing landscape posed a greater threat than the attackers themselves. The portal to the Paradise Realm still hovered on the highest hill, though it had shrunk and flickered with instability. The champion's final dash toward this exit took them past the crumbling remains of Karak Agalor. The once grand palace lay in ruins, marble and gold in disarray. The throne room, where Cameron had given his last speech, was destroyed, the thrones buried beneath debris a fitting end to his legacy. As the champion leapt through the shrinking portal, the Paradise Realm vanished, not merely destroyed but undone, its energies reclaimed by Oblivion as its magical foundation collapsed. The transition was violent, more like being expelled than transported. The champion landed back in the great hall of Cloud Ruler Temple, hitting the stone floor just as the portal behind them collapsed with a deafening implosion. Martin rushed forward, torn between relief and urgency. The other blades stood back, aware of the moment's weight, as the champion handed Martin the Amulet of Kings. The ruby sparkled intensely, as if acknowledging the dragon blood within Martin. The celebration was short-lived. A scout burst into the hall, armor stained with blood and breath ragged. He brought dire news. Daon, furious over Cameron's defeat and the amulet's recovery, had moved up his plans. Several great gates had opened around the Imperial city, releasing Daedric forces in massive numbers. Worse still, the scout reported that the barriers between realms had weakened so much that Dion was beginning to physically manifest in Mundus, something that shouldn't have been possible while the dimensional boundaries still held. Martin immediately understood what this meant. The amulet's return had come too late. The invasion had reached its final phase, with the barriers collapsing. Daon could now unleash his full strength on the mortal world. Lighting the dragon fires, the traditional defense, might no longer be enough if Dion was already stepping into reality. A desperate race to the Imperial city began. Martin, the champion, and a small honor guard of blades left Cloud Ruler Temple at once, driving their mounts to the limit as they followed the gold road south. The landscape showed the devastation of a prolonged invasion, scorched farms, deserted villages, and active Oblivion gates still pouring out lesser Daedra, which had to be avoided at all costs. As they neared the Imperial city, the true scale of the assault came into horrifying focus. The sky above the white gold tower had turned the same deep red as the Deadlands, with massive storm clouds swirling in unnatural formations. Large gates around the city walls were open, releasing waves of DRI troops and siege engines. Though the Legion had set up defenses at each gate, they were steadily losing ground as constant reinforcements emerged from the void. Most terrifying of all was the figure above the Temple Districta, an massive humanoid form, only partially visible in the world, flickering between solid and transparent. It was clearly Maroon's Dion himself, forcing his way into the physical realm as the last magical defenses weakened. With each passing moment, he became more real. The city gates were packed with refugees fleeing outward, even as Martin's group struggled to move inward. Order had collapsed completely, with guards more focused on preventing stampedes than organizing evacuations. Legion officers, recognizing Martin despite his lack of formal attire, cleared a path for him, their faces showing a mix of hope and despair at the sight of the would-be emperor. High Chancellor Akato met them in the palace district, his robes disheveled and his face haggard. The Elder Council had been directing the defense since the first gates appeared, but had shifted their focus to evacuation once Dion's manifestation began. Akato had stayed behind to defend key infrastructure and protect the Imperial Palace's archives knowledge, deemed essential for rebuilding civilization if anything survived. Akato greeted Martin with both formality and deep emotion, acknowledging his rightful role in the dire urgency of the situation. Understanding Martin's intent to reach the Temple of the One, he ordered his remaining guards to assist in pushing through the chaos where DRI forces were focused. Their route through the city revealed the full horror of the invasion. The market district was deserted, shops left open in the rush to flee. The once pristine gardens of the Arboretum were either trampled by crowds or scorched by ditch fire. Legion troops held defensive positions at key points, maintaining discipline despite the hopeless odds. At the edge of the Temple District, the extent of Maroon's Dion's arrival was undeniable. Now, fully materialized, the Dritch Prince loomed over 100 feet tall, with crimson skin, 4 arms wielding massive weapons, and a face combining dragon and demon features. His presence warped the physical world-cracking stone, withering plants, and distorting the air with heat and magical energy. His gaze was locked on the Temple of the One, the ancient building at the center of the district, where the dragon fires had remained unlit since Uriel Septim's death. The temple's dome had partially collapsed in an earlier attack, leaving the central altar exposed beneath a crimson sky. Armed forces surrounded the structure, forming a blockade that would have to be breached for Martin to reach the dragon fires. The battle to enter the temple was short but intense. Soldiers formed a wedge around Martin and the champion, pushing forward through scattered resistance. Meanwhile, a powerful figure engaged in a larger magical ritual focused on the temple remained unaware of the group's advance, granting them a brief window to move forward before attention turned toward their approach. At the temple's entrance, Martin addressed his companions with calm determination that masked the gravity of the moment. He revealed that he had come to understand that simply lighting the dragon fires would no longer be enough. The ritual's protective barriers had already failed, with the enemy having physically entered their world. A new solution was needed, one he had uncovered in his studies of the amulet. Before he could elaborate, a deafening crash marked the enemy's realization of their presence. The massive being turned its full focus toward the temple, its roar shaking the district as it began striding in their direction. Martin entered the temple alone, instructing the others to hold the entrance as long as they could. The champion disobeyed and followed him inside, while the remaining troops formed a defense outside. Inside, the temple's stone walls had withstood the devastation, preserving its ancient structure. The central altar, usually the site for lighting the dragon fires during an emperor's coronation, now sat cold and dark under the open sky. Martin walked slowly to the altar, holding the Amulet of Kings before him. It began to glow brighter as he moved, its gem pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. When he reached the center, he turned to the champion one last time, his face marked not by fear, but by a deep acceptance. Outside, the temple shook as the enemy arrived, its massive figure looming through the broken dome. With a single motion, it tore away part of the remaining roof, locking eyes with Martin and the amulet. As a giant hand reached toward them, Martin lifted the amulet and struck it against the altar. The artifact, symbolizing the ancient pact between the divine and the Empire's rulers, shattered not with a simple break, but with a layered resonance that seemed to echo from beyond their world. The unleashed energy took the form of a white gold flame that enveloped Martin, shooting upward through the broken roof to meet the approaching threat. What happened next defied mortal understanding. Martin's body vanished into a pillar of divine fire, transforming into a vessel for a higher power. The energy formed a draconic figure of radiant golden light, the physical embodiment of the dragon god of time, channeling through his last dragonborn descendant. This manifestation expanded rapidly, matching the colossal size of Daon, its wings stretching across the entire temple district as it solidified. The ensuing battle between the divine avatar and Daon reshaped the city around them. Every clash between the two titanic beings shattered buildings and tore the ground apart. Daon fought with devastating force, each strike embodying his destructive nature. The Avatar countered with claws, wings, and a breath of holy fire capable of scorching even the nearly impervious form of the Dritch Prince. Their struggle went beyond mere physical combat. It was a metaphysical conflict, asserting the dominion of the mortal realm over external invasion. Each blow resonated across multiple dimensions, warping the fabric of reality. Oblivion gates across the continent flickered and destabilized as the fundamental laws of interdimensional connection were challenged. The climax came when the Avatar seized Daon, lifting him high above the white gold tower. Both figures were consumed in divine fire so intense that onlookers had to avert their eyes. When the light faded, Daon was gone, not destroyed, for such beings cannot be truly erased, but banished so thoroughly that his essence was forced back into his own realm of oblivion. Descending to the ravaged temple, the Avatar's form began to dissipate with the threat neutralized. In a final act, it released a spherical wave of golden energy that expanded at an impossible speed. This wave rewrote the metaphysical boundaries between worlds, establishing a permanent barrier no longer reliant on ancient artifacts. As it swept across the land, Oblivion gates collapsed in its wake, crimson skies faded to blue, and the magical distortions caused by prolonged intrusions began to recede, though the physical destruction remained. The lingering presence of otherworldly entities flared briefly and vanished, forcibly returned to their realms. With its task complete, the Avatar solidified one last time before those gathered, its radiant form contracting into a golden statue at the heart of the ruined temple. Wings spread in a victorious pose, it stood as both a monument and a metaphysical anchor for the new barriers between worlds. The one who had served as the conduit for this divine act was gone, body and soul, having enabled the intervention that not only defeated Daon, but permanently altered the relationship between the mortal world and the realms beyond. No longer would the fate of the world depend on a bloodline or ancient rites. As survivors emerged to witness the aftermath, the true scale of what had occurred began to be understood. High Chancellor Akato, as the highest remaining imperial authority, officially declared the end of the Oblivion crisis and marked the beginning of the Fourth Era, a new phase in Tamriel's history, shaped by the fall of the Septim dynasty and a lasting change in the cosmic order. The hero who began their journey in an imperial prison and ultimately witnessed one of the most profound metaphysical events since the Empire's founding was formally honored with the title Champion of Cyrodiil. This title was recorded alongside those of Tiber Septim's greatest generals and legendary figures from earlier eras. In the immediate aftermath, the Empire faced several challenges. Without a dragon-born emperor, succession became a central issue for the Elder Council. Infrastructure had suffered heavy damage, requiring coordinated rebuilding. Displaced populations needed resettlement, and regions affected by prolonged Daedric presence had to be magically restored before they could be safely inhabited again. Beyond these immediate concerns were deeper questions about the world's altered nature. The divine barriers created by Akatosh's avatar prevented further large-scale Daedric invasions, but also reshaped conjuration magic and restricted certain interplanar studies. Scholars at the Arcane University had to revise foundational texts as they explored the new limitations and potentials of post-crisis metaphysics. Religious institutions across Tamriel also changed dramatically. The worship of Akatosh grew rapidly, fueled by reports of the dragon god's direct intervention. The Temple of the One, rebuilt around a golden dragon statue, became the Empire's leading pilgrimage site. Even followers of other divines integrated the story of Martin's sacrifice and Akatosh's appearance into their doctrines, acknowledging it as the most direct divine act in recorded history. Politically, the consequences extended well beyond the imperial city. Many provinces, already harboring separatist leanings before the crisis, now saw imperial power weakened both physically and symbolically. The absence of the Septim bloodline's mystical authority and the disruption of governance gave rise to independence movements that would grow in the years to come. For the common people, the crisis's end brought relief mixed with lasting trauma. Survivors of the Daedric onslaught bore emotional wounds, and many communities developed new rituals to mourn the dead and honor survival. The date of Akatosh's manifestation became a widespread holiday known as the Day of the Dragon. The dragon statue in the Temple of the One served as a lasting symbol of the crisis and its resolution, emanating a subtle magical aura that pilgrims claimed to feel some sensing comfort. Others interpreting it as a warning not to interfere with the boundaries between realms. As the Fourth Era began, Tamriel moved forward into a future unlike its past. The Oblivion crisis had not restored the old order, but had instead established a new reality. The dragon fires remained extinguished, the Amulet of Kings was lost, and the Septim line had ended. Yet from this conclusion sprang a new beginning. Martin's sacrifice had ensured that life in Mundus could go on without the looming threat of Daedric invasion, giving the people of Tamriel the freedom to shape their own destinies in the eras to come. You're giving feedback on a new version of ChatGPT. Which response do you prefer? Responses may take a moment to load. ChatGPT. Response 1. The impact of the Oblivion crisis would resonate through time, not just as a disaster that was endured, but as a turning point that transformed the connection between mortals and the divine. Through a selfless act of sacrifice and divine intervention, A new form of protection was bestowed upon the mortal worldone, no longer reliant on institutions or royal lineage, but embedded into the very essence of existence. I prefer this response. ChatGPT Response 2. The impact of the Oblivion crisis would resonate through time, not just as a disaster that was overcome, but as a defining moment that reshaped the connection between mortals and the divine. With a selfless sacrifice and the intervention of a god, the mortal world received a new kind of safeguardone, embedded into the very essence of existence, no longer reliant on traditions or hereditary lines.